All right, it looks like everyone is trickling in now. So again, there was a technical glitch. I'm so sorry that that happened. But I'm the host of the meeting now, and we shouldn't have any more problems with technicalities. So I believe we can just, oh, do you have a point, Senator Marcus? Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and move for a quorum call just to be safe.
Okay. It has been moved for a quorum call. Is there a second? Senator Lassard,
So seconded.
are there any objections? All right.
Wait, there just don't, you don't need a second or objection to a quorum call. It just, once it's called for, it needs to be the 3-minute recess, then it happens.
Awesome. So we will recess for 3 minutes until 7:55, and then we will have a quorum call at 7:55. So if you see someone who's on here who wasn't before, make sure to try and contact them. I'll send a message in our Senate group chat.
Apparently the link in the Canvas calendar was not correct. That's what a senator just said, but the link on the website is correct.
And that's what matters. So since the link on the website's correct,
Bitch, fuck you.
If I had bitch for that way.
please mute yourself just at all times if you're not speaking. You shouldn't be able to unmute in the first place, but I'll work on that in our 3-minute break for quorum call. All right, seeing that it's now 7:55, I'm going to ask everyone to turn their cameras back on and be present again in our meeting. So sorry for whatever was happening before this and for the meeting that ended, but Chair Linsky is presiding as pro tempore. Can you please administer a quorum call?
Absolutely. When I call your name, please raise your hand to be counted. Senators Flashman, Tackett, and Roy. Senators Marcus, Myers, and Hunter. Senators Garcia, Bergen, and Randall. Senators Nasworthy, Lassard, and Rogers. Senators A. Rodriguez, Fineout, and Lewis. Senators Harmon, Gonzalez, A. Gonzalez, and Moore. Senators Nemeth, Murray, and West. Senators Pfeiffer, Ferguson, Vanderlei, and Botel. Senators Pawlowski, Bowling, and Rimler. Senators Zitrower, T. Murray, and Edward. Senators Wood, Barrett, and Lynch. Senators McFadden, Wisman, and Espinoza. Senators Knizia, Berman, and Condon. Senators Dion, Haughtreve, and Freeman. Senators Barker, Branch, and Blitch. All right, with 38 senators, we do have quorum.
Awesome. Thank you, Pro Tempore Linsky. At the beginning, as you know, we said we were going to be heavy on giving grace this meeting. So now we're going to go back to our Secretary of Diversity and Equity, Brianne Basteo. And if there's anyone else here from the Executive Cabinet who's wishing to give a message, please raise your hand at this time as well.
Thank you so much. So really quickly, I'm just going to go over some executive branch updates. So from Khalil, he says that once the staff committee reps are chosen, then they are allowed to elect the chair. And then also deputy treasurer applications close tomorrow. And we encourage everyone to pass along the information and for everyone to apply. As for Colby, she is working on a committee with Dr. Heck to choose an artist to create a piece for the union that commemorates the relationship and traditions of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. She's also solidifying Welcome Week events, including a prep rally with Seminole student boosters and an event partnered with each agency that signifies the culture and experience of FSU. As for Tazzy, all 12 public institutions will be meeting this weekend for the FSA retreat. She looks forward to attending and reporting how it went when she returns. And just some general cabinet updates. We've all been working on solidifying Welcome Week events, and the executive branch is proud to announce that we have a minutes tab on the SGA website. As we work towards building transparency and accessibility between the executive branch, SGA, and the student body, we will begin publishing our minutes on the website every week so that we have the meetings that we have throughout the semesters. And I will drop the link as to where you can find them into the chat. Thank you all so much, and that will be all from me.
Thank you, Secretary of Diversity and Equity Basteo. Secretary of Internal Affairs Rudolph.
All right, yes. Hello, everyone. Sorry for getting a little ahead of myself earlier. It's great to see you all again. And in case you're a new senator, hello again. My name is Nolan Rudolph, and I serve as the Secretary of Internal Affairs. Some quick updates from my own position. One thing that we are working on right now is a graduate student survey. And I would really like to extend a hand and ask for all of your input as well. If you are a grad student, if you know a grad student, or if you're just a student wanting to help, please reach out to me in case you want to help, build questions. If you have any ideas or tricks for promotion, publicity, I and the rest of the executive cabinet would really appreciate any input. And I'll drop my contact information in the chat in a moment here. On a more personal note, I really just also want to say that I really want to meet with all the current chairs and vice chairs of Senate I know that we're all really working hard to try and create like better relationships with one another. And I think that again just starts with actually really meeting one another again. And even though I know that Summer Senate is kind of coming to a close soon, obviously the time for change never does. And I really want to start getting a head start on a lot of good plans and ideas for fall. So any of the current vice chairs and chairs, I'll probably be DMing you in a second here asking for your best form of contact. That's about it for me. Thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Secretary of Internal Affairs Rudolph. Are there any other members of the Executive Cabinet wishing to make an announcement? All right, seeing none, we are now on to messages from class councils. All right, seeing that there are no messages from the class councils, we are now on to messages from the Congress of Graduate Students. All right, seeing none, we are on to messages from the judicial branch. All right, next is messages from the Union Board and Student Engagement Ambassadors. All right, next, messages from the Campus Recreation Board. Okay, seeing none, report of the SGA Accounting Office. The remaining balances are Senate projects with $22,500, PAC with $60,000, RTAC with $45,000, and the organizational fund with $5,000. Now we're on to report of liaisons. Are there any liaisons wishing to make a report at this time? All right, seeing none, we are into report of the committees. So Judiciary.
Judiciary met twice since the last meeting. We passed bills 44 and 45, which will be heard on the floor tonight.
Thank you. Internal Affairs.
Internal Affairs met twice this past Monday and the Monday before, and we confirmed either 10 or 11 agency directors as well as the Attorney General candidate to be heard tonight.
Thank you. Budget. Is the chair of budget here to make a report? If not, can the vice chair make a report in their absence?
I think the vice chair might be in Central Reserves.
Central Reserves is not meeting at the moment. Is there anyone in budget who can make the announcement for report of committees, even a member? Thank you, Senator Rogers.
Hi, yeah, we didn't meet because we didn't have any new business.
Awesome, thank you, Senator Rogers. Finance.
Senate Finance has met twice since our last Senate meeting. Last Wednesday, we elected our new vice chair, Senator Piper Ferguson, added the land acknowledgement to our rules of procedure, and then had a roundtable discussion about just making grammatical edits and a few other changes to the finance code. And then we met right before this meeting at 6 p.m. and forwarded a candidate for PAC to the Senate floor.
All right, thank you, Finance. Student Life and Academic Affairs.
Hey everyone, so I met this past Monday at 6 and we tabled resolution 18 and resolution 43.
Thank you, Slaw. Rules and Calendar, which is myself. Rules and Calendar met in the off week of Senate. And in that meeting, we forwarded one candidate for Arts and Sciences Summer Seat 10, Alexander Simon. Now on to ad hocs. Are there any ad hocs wishing to make an announcement at this time? Senator Lassard.
All right, so SA Squared, we haven't been able to meet since the last meeting, but I just want to, because I don't know if people are reading my group me or not. SA Squared will be meeting next Wednesday at 7:30, which would have been a usual Senate time, I figured, since we all carve out that time anyway. So if you can make it, please do. If you are not a member of the ad hoc and want to, please reach out to Senate President Harmon to be added to the ad hoc. We are always looking for people to come join us, and I'd love to have you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other ad hocs wishing to make a report at this time?
Yes, the Rules of Procedure Ad Hoc Committee met, I think, 3 times since the last meetings. I'm proud to say that we have completed our first run of our entire Rules of Procedure. We'll be meeting again on Thursday to have some spirited debate about whether to keep all 5 standing committees the way that things are. If you're at all interested in whether we need both a budget and a finance committee, or if they should be merged together for one Uber committee, please join us on Zoom at 6 p.m. on Thursday. And to celebrate this summer afterwards, we're going to be going to somewhere, but in order to find out where and when, you have to come to the meeting. So hope to see you then.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair Linsky. And I have the report for racial inclusivity and justice. We had an informal meeting last week on Friday where we talked about the RMARC contract that the university is in, as well as our plans for the fall. So again, if you would like to be appointed to the Racial Inclusivity and Justice Ad Hoc, please message President Harmon and he will do his best to appoint you there. So seeing that there are no more ad hocs wishing to make a report, would Central Reserves like to make a report at this time? All right, seeing none, we are now in line for Senate confirmations. So again, at this time, I'm going to ask you all to put your cameras on, as we will be hearing people who are confirmed or candidates for confirmation for Senate. We are going to begin with candidates Alexander Simon for Arts and Sciences Summer Seat 10. As I call your name, please raise your hand, your virtual hand. Amanda Press for Jewish Student Union Secretary, and Caroline Martins for Hispanic Latinx Student Union Assistant Director. So we are going in this order. Senate leadership understands that this is not the order on the forwarding letter. However, as this is our last Senate meeting and candidate Simon is our only Senate candidate, we believe it would be best served for him to go in the first group. And candidates Amanda Press and candidates Caroline Martins have requested to go at the beginning for time constraints. So can you all please raise your hand again? I understand that they were up and now they're down. Awesome. So at this time, you will have 5 minutes individually for your opening. We will go in the order of candidate Alexander Simon, candidate Amanda Press, and then candidate Caroline Martins. So candidate Simon, you have 5 minutes. And once I unmute you, you can begin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexander Simon. I like to be called Alex. I am 19 years old. I'm going into my second year at FSU. My pronouns are he, him, and as previously stated, I'm hoping to be confirmed for Arts and Sciences Seat 10. I'm really happy to be here, and I appreciate everyone's time and the opportunity, so thank you very much.
Thank you, candidate Simon. Thank you, candidate Simon. You yield with 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. Can the other candidates please keep their hands up the entire time? I'm not sure, maybe they keep getting lowered, I don't know. Next is candidate Amanda Press for Jewish Student Union Secretary. You have 5 minutes for your opening and you may begin now.
Hi, so I'm Amanda. I'm just gonna start by prefacing that I'm working at Sleepaway Camp as a counselor right now, so the Wi-Fi might be really unstable. I'm in the woods in Michigan, so I apologize for that in advance, but hopefully it should be okay. So hi, my name's Amanda Press, and I'm going to be a sophomore this fall at Florida State. I'm really excited to be here. I've been a part of JSU for a while, and I'm hoping to be confirmed as secretary for this upcoming year. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm majoring in business management and minoring in commercial entrepreneurship. The Jewish Student Union is really important to me because throughout high school and throughout college so far, being a part of the Jewish community has been really important to me In high school, I was involved in an organization called BBYO and with my school's Jewish Cultural Club, where I held numerous board positions that helped me learn more about the Jewish community and have helped me grow my own Jewish identity, which has made me super passionate about JSU. And in this past year, I knew that when coming to college, I wanted to continue to be involved with Jewish life. So I began to get involved with JSU this past year when I ran for vice president of outreach for JSU when we were an RSO this past year. And I held that position throughout the year. And JSU has been a really positive experience for me, which is why I'm so excited to be here today. So thank you so much for being here and listening to me. And I wanted to touch on a couple of my goals. I'm sure we'll talk about them later, but as secretary, I really hope to focus on expanding JSU's advisory council, which is a big support system for JSU as a whole, and it connects the Jewish community at FSU. And I think it's really important that as secretary, I help expand the advisory council to create more harmony with the other Jewish RSOs and non-Jewish RSOs that are allies to the Jewish community on campus. And I want to prioritize preventing anti-Semitism at FSU. And the final thing I'm going to touch on in my opening is that I was financially certified last fiscal year, and I'm going to get recertified once I have more stable Wi-Fi. And I will yield the rest of my time for my closing. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Press. You yielded with 2 minutes and 37 seconds for your closing. Now we will move on to the next candidate, candidate Martins. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Carolina Vega Martins. I go by Caro. I'm a senior at FSU studying international affairs with a minor in hospitality and Italian. I'm hoping to be confirmed as HLSU's, the Hispanic Latinx Student Union's next assistant director. I've been a part of HLSU for the past 4 years. I served on the board this past year as a programming coordinator and the pageant coordinator for HLSU. I'm also involved in Phi Mu Fraternity, Circle K International, and the Brazilian Student Association. I'm really passionate about FSU, yeah, but I'm also passionate about HLSU because it's given me a sense of my identity coming to FSU, especially coming from South Florida, being part of a very big cultural hub and coming to Tallahassee and kind of experience like a reverse culture shock. HLSU is a safe haven for a lot of people who identify as Hispanic and Latinx. It gives us a sense of comfort and home, being so far away from our families and our friends. In this position, I would like to give back to HLSU as much as it's given back to me. I want to be a resource for the students who come to this campus and feel isolated from their cultures, or also just want to learn about Hispanic Latinx cultures as well and don't really know where to go from there. Me and Daime, we're here to serve the thousands of students that call Florida State home, and we want to do our best to make sure that our community's voice is heard. So thank you, and I look forward to serving you all.
Thank you, candidate Martins. You yield with 3 minutes and 12 seconds towards your closing. So please keep your hand raised again at this time, but we are now in line for questions for these candidates. Are there any senators wishing to ask questions at this time? All right, any senators wishing to ask questions at this time? All right, if not, I will entertain a motion. Senator Myers.
Yeah, hi, I had a question for candidate Press. You mentioned that you wanted to talk about some of your goals. So I was wondering if you would like to share some more of those now.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so as secretary, my main role is to work with the advisory council, which is a super important part of JSU because it's really how it functions. Like without the advisory council, JSU wouldn't have a support system. The advisory council helps support the board and also helps us, like if there's an anti-Semitic incident or something and we need to discuss with other Jewish RSOs, that's like our immediate contact system. So expanding the advisory council and making sure that we have an active line of communication between JSU exec and the advisory council will ensure that JSU is really strong throughout our time. And on top of that, obviously taking detailed notes is the whole job of secretary, or at least the main part of it. So that's definitely a good goal of mine. Organization is super important. And also, it's not necessarily part of my job description, but I really hope that along with the rest of exec, JSU can establish a monthly newsletter that we can send out to members of JSU and to other agency boards if interested, to talk about like things happening in the Jewish community, kind of just like keeping people in the loop as to our events. And then also a goal of mine is just to collaborate with other organizations and agencies at FSU, because JSU is such a new organization. And I really think that making sure that people know we exist is super important. Oh, and sorry, one last thing that I'm really passionate about is even when I was vice president of outreach, it was something I prioritized too. Anti-Semitism is not always prominent at FSU, but it is a big problem globally, and encouraging people to learn more about anti-Semitism and how to stand against hate is something I'm super passionate about. So creating workshops to work on learning more about anti-Semitism for those who don't know anything about it, or even for other Jewish students just to learn how to stand strong against hate. Creating an initiative for that is super important to me, and it's one of my goals.
Thank you, candidate Press. Chair Marcus.
Hi, so could I have the two, I have a question for the two agency candidates. Could you please define intersectionality and what that word means to you?
So we will begin with candidate Press.
So intersectionality, I think, is something really important to me, because intersectionality, in my opinion, is how a person's different identities and experiences in their life come together to create the person that they are, and also how different people can relate to one another's identities based off of their own experiences.
Thank you, candidate Press. Candidate Martins.
Intersectionality to me is how like all our different identities come together and like candidate Press said, make the person we are today. That's a big thing that I want to focus on in HLSU, because being Hispanic and Latinx is one thing, but we're so many different identities. Some people identify as Afro-Latinx, some people identify as part of the LGBTQIA+ community. And that's a big theme that me and Daime want to focus on within HLSU. So.
Thank you, candidates. Are there any senators, any other senators wishing to ask questions at this time? Chair Marcus.
Barring none, I move to forward the candidates individually.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second? Vice Chair Pfeiffer Ferguson.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Before we move in to the forwarding of these candidates individually and voting on that, each candidate is entitled to their closing. So, candidate Simon, you have 4 minutes and 40 seconds for your closing, and you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. I'm now realizing that I didn't really say too much about myself in my opening statement, so I would just like to put myself out there. So other than being a sophomore at FSU and being really excited to hopefully be forwarded into the Student Senate, I was also a member of Marching Chiefs in my freshman year during the fall. I'm a psychology and hopefully political science major. And I want to, as part of the Senate, I'd like to work towards representing students such as myself that struggle with, excuse me, mental health mental health issues and disorders. I'd like to work with other student-led organizations such as NAMI in order to provide funding for other advocacy programs to make sure that every student who's struggling with these issues is getting the recognition, help, and everything that they deserve to support them in their situations. So yes, thank you so much. And again, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, candidate Simon. We are now on to candidate press with 2 minutes and 37 seconds towards your closing. You may begin when you're ready.
So I just wanted to thank you all for being here and listening to me. And I just wanted to say again how happy I am to be here and that I'm super passionate about JSU. And I look forward to hopefully working with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, candidate press. We are now on to candidate Martins, and you have 3 minutes and 12 seconds for your closing. You may begin.
I just want to say thank you for taking time out of your day to be here. I know a lot of us have different things that we would like to be doing, and I'm really excited to work with y'all in the future. HLSU is really important to me. It's made me to the person that I am today at FSU. I have a lot to give back to HLSU, and I want to be able to help other people find the same joy out of HLSU that I did. So thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I look forward to serving you.
Thank you so much, candidate Martins. Chair Gonzalez, I believe you have a point.
Yes, point of information to the candidate for Assistant Director of HLSU. Did the Executive Board of HLSU call a vote for your confirmation before you were forwarded?
So that point of information I'm going to direct towards candidate Martins. You should be able to unmute now.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Chair Gonzalez, can you please rephrase your point?
Yes, of course. So according to statutes, HLSU, the only way they can forward a director and assistant director is if the executive board votes on the candidates and forwards that candidate to the executive branch for confirmation. So my question is, did the HLSU executive board vote on your confirmation?
That I'm aware of, no. If you're referring to this current executive board that we're putting together, then no. And if it's the previous one, then I'm not sure.
Okay, sorry, Pro Temp Hunter, but until we can clear this up and understand whether the HLSU board followed statutes, I point of order and call this forwarding illegal.
Thank you for your point of order, Chair Gonzalez. I'm going to defer to Parliamentarian Rowan for a moment, please.
Oh, sorry, that's everything with it. Chair Gonzalez, thank you for the point. Quick question for you. Could you please let me know which statute specifically you're referencing? I'm just gonna try to pull it up real quick.
Yes, I'm pulling it up as well. It is statute 1005.4 subsection C, selection and term of office. Under subsection 1, it says a director and assistant director shall be nominated with a majority 50+1 vote by the previous executive board and appointed by the student body president. To my understanding, the nomination did not occur.
Then here's the question I would ask them. If the presiding officer would allow me to do so, before I like make a ruling to ask this point of information, to the candidate, who interviewed the candidate?
So that point of information is to me, and I will defer it to candidate Martins.
Are you asking me who interviewed me for this position from the previous executive board?
through the chair, do you know the names and positions of the individuals who interviewed you?
Adela Lara Morendi, she was the executive director of the past administration. Laura Medina was the assistant director. Our advisor, Grace, and our graduate advisor at the time, Derek Pacheco.
Does that answer your point, Parliamentarian Rowan?
Sir, the judge would be that a lot of people up for confirmation tonight, that a temporary hold be placed on this candidate just for right now, while the senators involved in this can reach out, double check that whether there was or was not a vote, and once the records are there, then there can be a determination of whether or not the forwarding was illegal.
Okay, thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. I see a couple of people have points.
Does that make sense?
I see a couple of people have points, Parliamentarian Rowan, so thank you for that clarification, but I'm going to get to everyone's points first, and then we will come back to the question in general, if that's okay, and if that's in order. I think it is in order. So, point, Senator Barrett.
Point of clarification, unless it is otherwise said directly in the statutes, shall does not mean compulsory. It can mean may or will. It does not have to mean has to do it.
Thank you for that point of clarification, Senator Barrett. Point of clarification, Senator Edouard.
Yeah, I think the candidate might have been a bit confused as to what Senator Gonzalez was asking. So could we maybe like ask her once more? Like, are you
asking a point of information or
did they interview you and did they like make a final decision?
Senator Edouard,
you
you're cutting out. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you could go.
Are you asking a point of information or a point of clarification?
Point of clarification.
Okay, so what are you clarifying?
I feel like she was kind of confused as to what Senator Gonzalez was asking. So could we maybe ask her again, please?
Okay, thank you for your point of clarification. Senator Randall.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 points of information. My first point of information is for the candidate. I think this will clear things up. Did the previous executive board, not just the director and assistant director, the board as a whole, vote on you for your position?
Go ahead and answer.
So the way our position, the people get voted on in our positions, it's the director, assistant director, and the 2 advisors. I was on the board last year, and I don't recollect them asking. I don't know if they asked other people. Ashley was also on the board, so if she would like to speak up on it, you know.
Okay, I also have a point of information, Pro Tem Hunter, for the parliamentarian.
Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. If members of the previous executive board are no longer students at this university, and in the event that we have to rehear this candidate in a different fashion, would those members who are no longer students at this university be eligible to vote on this matter?
That is a great question. I'm reading over the statutes. The statute and following year, which at least this is supposed to be like one of the final acts of the executive board. The only thing I can kind of see at this point is I think I guess I kind of have to answer your question with a question, and ask, and if someone has an answer to this, that would be much appreciated. Because a similar situation has happened with the Jewish Student Union, in which there is a process in the Jewish and statutes that says one thing is saying that a body, the advisory council selects the leadership. Advisory body legally did not exist at the time of the forwarding. So my question would be, how are those nominees forwarded?
Parliamentarian Rowan, I just want to let you know that we're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry that we're
having a hard time hearing you and you're being cut out. So if you could put it in the chat, what you're saying or the statute that you're referring to, that'd be greatly appreciated while you fix your connection. But in the meantime, we're going to go to the point from Senator Randall.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tempore. Point of clarification for Parliamentarian Rowan's recent statement. The Jewish Student Union, the advisory council cannot be created until the certain candidates are confirmed. So the way that it is done is that the candidates are first confirmed, and it was written this way intentionally. The candidates are first confirmed by the student body, or appointed by the student body president, and the student body president will then, once those candidates are appointed, the advisory council will pick the following board, but none of this goes into place once the student body president first appoints the first board, the first executive board of the Jewish Student Union. And I know that because I sponsored the bill.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan, and then we're going to try and get back on track here.
Okay, is my sound better now?
Much better, thank you. All
right, perfect. Sorry, I was pacing outside. I am at a bit of loss with this because statutes does not the statutes don't provide a backup plan for this. And because of the fact that the executive board is out of office, or the previous executive board is out of office, there is no executive board to make the nomination. I think this might be an issue that's best to be tabled for now, and that a conversation take place over the over our summer to fall break, in which between the heads of the branches, or the heads of the executive and legislative branches, and possibly the advisors, to try to work out a solution to this, because a solution to it is not given in statutes. But I will agree that unless we have something like that put together, a forwarding like this would be considered illegal. So I would, if I were to make a suggestion, that would be that the Senate moves to table the nominee. And my apologies to the nominee for the inconveniences caused by this issue.
All right.
I don't know if I'm allowed to speak. I have a question.
Can you make a point, and then yes, I'll allow you to speak. Just say
make a point.
Yes, go ahead.
So Adela, who was our director last year, is on this call as well. So I don't know if that's helpful at all.
Thank you. That is helpful so much. Thank you, President Martins. Before I entertain a motion for a non-senator to speak, Chair Linsky has a point.
This goes to the importance of Adele speaking. If we are to say that they didn't follow procedure, you know what that really means? It means that this organization cannot have an executive board next year, because the statutes state, one, in order for there to be an executive director or assistant director, they have to follow this process. Two, the rest of the board is appointed by the new director and an assistant director. And three, and this is why it's so crucial that Adele is here, is As a member of the board last year, Caroline could not actually be present at any of these hearings between the former executive board about her appointment to this position. So all we really need to know in order to move forward tonight with this appointment is whether or not these meetings happen and to hear it from somebody who is there. So with that, I would really hope that someone makes a motion. Heck, I'll do it. I move for a non-senator to speak.
Is there a second? Sorry, your guys' hands move fast. Senator Randall. You disappeared actually. So, my goodness, Senator Randall.
So seconded, Madam Chair.
Awesome. So if the director, I forget your name, I'm sorry, can raise their hand at this time, I will unmute you to speak. Please raise your virtual hand at this time. Awesome. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Hello there. I apologize for having my camera off tonight. I was called in a very urgent manner. I kind of know what the situation has been right now. However, I was advised by my advisors at the time to have the interviews in the manner of us, just my previous assistant director, Laura Medina, and I, and just Grace Wilson, our advisor. There was no one else present in those meetings but us and the interviewee. I made sure that our advisors were on the loop with absolutely everything in the interviews. I apologize. So I don't really understand what the problem is right now. I am so sorry. I am not kept on the loop with like anything on Senate. Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, you may continue to talk, Adela. You may continue to talk. No one else needs to speak at this time, so you may continue.
No, I would like a clarification.
Okay.
If possible.
Of course, that is of course possible. Parliamentarian Rowan, can you please clarify? And then can you further clarify if the process that Adela just iterated to us is in line with statutes for the Senate, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in on such short notice to answer the question. I think it's unfortunate that the advisors advised that that was the proper process. I think very quickly, point of information to the chair, if you wish to so move it on, was at the end of the day, the former director talks about that the interviews were done by her assistant director, and the two advisors. But after the interviews were conducted, was there a final vote by the executive board on who the nominee for director and assistant director would be? And that would be my point of information before I.
You cut out again at the
point.
Parliamentarian Rowan.
That's my point of information. And I kind of need to hear an answer on that before I can give my final verdict on the point.
We couldn't hear you. What your point of information was?
The point of information was the director mentioned, or the former director mentioned, that in the interviews, it was her, the assistant director, and the two advisors. After the interviews were conducted, was there a vote by the executive board as a whole on who the nominees for director and assistant director would be?
So Adela, I'm going to unmute you, and if you could please answer that.
Yeah, so there was not a vote with everyone in the executive board. However, following HLSU statutes and following my advisors' advice, I was told what I had to do, and I did it. Let me just say that it is incredibly disappointing that I was conducted to act in this way illegally by statutes, and that I'm being told now. It is incredibly important to have a board for HLSU next year. I hope that all the senators in this call right now understand the importance of having the Hispanic Latinx Student Union working this year and how important it is to forward these two candidates that are completely willing and capable and the best candidates to do their job, not only because I said so at the moment, but because my assistant director said so and because my two advisors said so. It is incredibly important to have an HLSU board acting this next year. So I would like to know what the rules of procedure are, because I implore to you all, we need to have a board next year somehow. And I will try my hardest for it to be that way.
Thank you, Adela.
Madam
Parliamentarian
President,
Rowan.
or Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me. And again, I want to thank the former director for coming in. This is all a very unfortunate situation, and I just would like to personally apologize for the fact that that was the advice you were given by the advisors. However, it is my job to inform the Senate of what the rules and statutes say, and the rules and statutes say that in order for the director or assistant director to be considered by this body, there needs to be a majority of the executive board, the outgoing executive board, voting to nominate the director and assistant director candidate before it can be forwarded by the student body president. Therefore, it's with a heavy heart that I do have to say that or advise that this nomination is illegal.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. So as the presiding officer today, I will address the points and that's it. I will not address any of the other hands raised, only the points, and then we'll continue to move on. So Senator Pawlowski.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a point of information directed at the former director of the HLSU. According to the statutes, it says that if you are on the board, you're not allowed to be involved in the interviews, nor are you allowed to vote. I'm wondering if the candidates up for the HLSU positions today were on the previous board, because if they were, then they're not allowed to be involved in that process. And if they were, that means the remaining members, which were the director and the assistant director, those were the only votes that could take place. So I just like some clarification on if the HLSU candidates today were involved on the previous board, what their positions were, and whether the people who voted from that previous board were the only people who were allowed to, by statutes, vote on that board to begin with.
Thank you, Senator Pawlowski. I will allow Adela to answer at this time.
Just to clarify, you're asking if only my assistant director and I were the ones that voted on the candidates, right?
Well, what my question was is the HLSU candidates today, were they involved on the previous board? I'm just wondering, aside from you and the assistant director.
They were part of the executive board. Yes, they were, both of them.
Thank you. And
we're
then,
not part of the interview process at all, just as candidates.
Thank you. And then our final point, unless Chair Nasworthy has a point, Chair Marcus.
I'm going to let Nasworthy go first.
Chair Nasworthy.
Just a point of clarification. When I was given the forwarding letters for all these different agencies, HLSU was the only one that I was not given minutes for. Just a point of clarification.
Thank you for that point. And now, Senator Marcus, your point.
I have 2 points, the first of which is a point of personal privilege, where we have so much to get through tonight. And because we have so much to get through, we do not have time. Like, there's been legislation that has been tabled for the entire summer. There is a slate list of candidates. And because of that, I am going to retract my motion to forward each of these candidates. And I'm going to forward the 2 that we are not having this debate about.
Parliamentarian Rowan, is that in line, as we've already asked for objections and they've given their closing? Is that point in line? or motion, excuse me.
I think we're at a point right now where a simple withdrawal has become, or a simple withdrawal cannot solve it. I believe at this point we would need to suspend the rules. I'd like to suspend the rules in order to go back prior to Senator Marcus's motion. So, which would require a 2/3 vote if objected to. So at this point, it would need a motion to suspend the rules to get out of the final closing statements in the vote.
Point, Senator Randall. I don't.
Yeah, well, I disagree with the parliamentarian's ruling. That's his ruling. So I move to suspend the rules.
Is there a second? Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we will now have a vote, if I'm correct, to suspend the rules. Voting yes is a yes to suspend the rules, no is a. Oh, Parliamentarian Rowan, you just marked no.
If there wasn't an objection, if there was not an objection to the motion, then the motion just passes.
Okay, we've moved to suspend the rules. All right, and that puts us point, Chair Marcus. You guys can unmute yourselves now. I just want to let you know that.
So now we're back. Can I go ahead and forward the two candidates, Simon and Press, and that's who I'm moving to forward?
You can make a motion, please.
I move to forward candidates Simon and Press.
Okay, there's been a motion to forward candidates Simon and Press. Is there a second? Senator Kowalski.
Second.
Are there any objections? Okay, awesome. So considering that these candidates have already given their closing statements, Chair Linsky, can you please administer the vote for the forwarding first of candidate Simon for Arts and Sciences, seat 10?
Give me a moment to get situated. It's my first time taking a vote.
Yes, again, y'all, thank you for being so understanding this evening.
All righty. So when I asked for hands raised, I'm going to ask, I think I'm going to put them down myself in between different rounds of the vote. So if you see your hand go down automatically, don't please raise it again because I'm clearing it so we can count more hands.
And the candidates can lower their hands at this time.
Yes, please do. All right. For those voting yes on this motion, please raise your hands now. Don't mind me, I'm going to take a video of this so I can come back later and catalog. All right. Actually, my option to lower everyone's hands has been taken away. Will everyone please lower their hands now? Thank you. All of those wishing to vote no.
And this is no on candidate Simon.
Yes. All right. All wishing to abstain. And if you raise your hands for any other, all right, thank you very much. I'm not sure the exact number, but the vote passes, yes.
Congratulations, candidate Simon. Please obviously stay on the call. You're a senator, and you all will be administered your oath after your forwarding. Now we are on to candidate Press, which is the candidate for Jewish Student Union Secretary. Also, again, congratulations, candidate Simon. Candidate Press, please. Chair Linsky, can you please administer the vote for candidate Press?
Yes. For candidate Press, if you vote yes on confirmation, please raise your hands now. All right, please lower your hands. Please lower your hands if you voted yes. I'll just do that. There we go. If you're going to vote no on confirmation for this candidate, please raise your hands. If you wish to abstain from voting on this candidate for confirmation, please raise your hand. All right. With a unanimous vote in favor, this candidate passes.
Congratulations, candidate Press. Chair Linsky, would you please administer the oath to the candidates that were just confirmed by Senate? And can you all please raise your hands again? The 2 candidates who are confirmed. Thank
All
you.
right. So candidates for student body offices may choose to replace the words "so help me God" with "on pain of impeachment" when taking the oath of office. So here we go. I state your name.
I,
Amanda
Alexander
Press,
Simon,
Promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America,
promise to
promise
support and
to
defend the
support and defend
Constitution of the United States
Constitution
of
of the United
America,
States of America,
the state of Florida, and the Florida State University student body.
the state of
the
Florida,
state
and the
of
Florida
Florida,
State
and the
University
Florida State
student body.
University student body.
And I shall perform my duties to the best of my ability, so help me God, or on pain of impeachment.
And I
Wait, what?
And I shall perform my duties.
And I shall perform my duties to the best of my abilities under pain of
And
impeachment.
I shall perform my duty to the best of my abilities under pain of impeachment.
Welcome.
Congratulations, y'all have been confirmed by the
Not
Senate.
them both shooting goes under pain of impeachment. So,
Candidate Press, you may leave our meeting. Candidate Simon, you are now a senator for our last meeting of summer, so you may stay here. Thank you. You may lower your hands. And Dr. Williams, can you make sure that everyone is muted upon entry? I think we're having some unmuting problems.
Yes.
Thank you. Now we are on to our second batch of candidates for forwarding. So can Juliana Strong for Junior Class Council Vice President, Ireland Hadley for Asian American Student Union Assistant Director, Damie Sanchez for Hispanic Latinx Student Union Director, Caroline Martins for Hispanic Latinx, Caroline, my apologies, Brandon Ocasio for Pride Student Union Director, and Sam Youngston for Pride Student Union Center Director. Please raise your hands. Again, that's Juliana, Ireland, Damie, Brandon, and Sam. Raise your virtual hands, please, Juliana, if you can.
I am so sorry, but I do not know where the virtual hand is.
It should be under reactions. All right, and the candidate for Asian American Student Union Assistant Director had every intention of being here tonight. However, there was something that came up prior to our meeting, so they cannot attend. And Juliana, are you able to get your hand raised under reactions? That's a thumbs up. The hand raise should be pretty close by, but if not, I'll just try and keep you in mind as we continue on.
I'm so sorry. I only have a thumbs up and a clap and like the celebration one. I don't know where the hands raised is on mine.
That's okay, no problem. Since you can
I
unmute-
apologize.
It's okay, no problem. Since you can unmute yourself, that shouldn't be a problem as we go on. Again, candidates, you can unmute because I want this to go a little faster and I think that that will help. So first up, and the order we will be going in, is Juliana Strong for Junior Class Council Vice President. You have 5 minutes for your opening and you may begin at this time.
Hi guys, I apologize about the hand raise. I'm not sure where it is on mine, but I'm Anna Strong. I'm actually a rising junior studying marketing and minoring in advertisement. I was previously the sophomore class council president last year. In addition, I was also involved in Greek life and the study abroad program in London my freshman year. I'm currently working as a sales intern for an insurance company this summer. And I feel as though my most valuable asset to the junior class council is my previous experience on the sophomore class council. That's where I actually learned how to manage the social media accounts, host all council meetings, bi-weekly class council meetings, order merch, as I'm very excited. I actually ordered these stickers this past spring. I don't know if you guys can see them, but they're the Florida State stickers. It says paid for by SGA, and class councils of FSU at the top. I look forward to hopefully getting the chance to order more items like that in the future, and also host events such as I hosted the Halfway There Fair this past spring. I'm looking forward to hosting more junior events this upcoming fall. My goals, if elected as the junior class vice president, would be to assist the president with holding class council events, as well as the all council meetings and expanding our outreach as a class council. Having the previous experience of completing the PO forms and coordinating with other organizations, I believe will be extremely useful this fall with hosting more events and kind of just going right for it as soon as we get in there in the fall and starting with just throwing as many events as we can. I know that now that vaccines are out, hopefully we can get some more in-person things going on. It's definitely hard this past fall with being all online, but I'm looking forward to seeing everybody's faces, and I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, candidate Strong. You yield with 3 minutes and 11 seconds for your closing. Next, candidate Sanchez, you have 5 minutes for your opening.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Thank you all for having me here and for giving me the time to present myself today. Hello, my name is Daime de las Mercedes Sanchez, and I use she, her, and ella pronouns. I am a junior studying special education in the hopes of becoming a teacher in the near future. I currently teach 5th grade English. I have been selected to serve as the executive director for the Hispanic and Latinx Student Union, also known as HLSU, for the 2021 and 2022 school year. I was crowned HLSU royalty in 2020. I recently served as a professional development coordinator this past spring semester. As a Cuban American woman, I struggled to find my place here at Florida State, and through the connections I have made in HLSU, FSU has become home to me and many other Hispanic and Latinx students who felt the same way as I did. If I am granted this position, I will use this opportunity to advocate and address the injustices that our communities face each and every day. I have 3 main goals if I'm officially forwarded to be the executive director. First, I would like to continue the work that HLSU has done in the past by fostering relationships with other agencies and hosting events to educate ourselves and the student body, especially after a full year of being, or over a year, I apologize, for being in quarantine. It is important that we create programming that will bring back the community and reinvigorate our familia that we have established over the years. Secondly, I would like to use our strong platform to advocate for the injustices faced in our communities for those that experience discrimination each and every day. As students that pay tuition and fees, it is our duty to use our resources and speak up when our community is in need. Lastly, I would like to encourage students that do not identify as Hispanic and Latinx to attend our events and not only educate themselves, but also educate us on what their identities are. Thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of my time for my closing.
Thank you, candidate Sanchez. You yielded with 3 minutes and 37 seconds towards your closing. Up next is candidate Ocasio for Pride Student Union Director. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hey everyone, my name is Brandon Ocasio and my pronouns are she, they. I'm so happy to be sitting before you all as candidate for the Executive Director of the Pride Student Union. I'm a rising third-year student majoring in sociology. My past student involvement started with me being a care student, and from there it took off. I've been a part of the Center for Leadership and Social Change, Unconquered Scholars, SCOPE, Freshman Leadership Institute, Pride U, BSU through Seminole Minority Leadership Institute, Creating Change, which is the nation's largest LGBTQ national conference, Hispanic Latinx Student Leadership Institute, Knowles Engaged in Politics, Multicultural Leadership Seminar, Leadership Logic, and Leadership Institute. I say this also to say and emphasize the sectors of identity and leadership that I have experienced. As I experienced this all within my first year, I knew that as my journey at FSU progressed, I wanted to find a home for my passions, goals, activism, and leadership. Thankfully, I found that within Pride Student Union, from first meeting the organization in Care Summer, who has saved me from unsafe and dangerous housing, and serving as the last eBoard Center Director. I now have the mantle of leadership being passed on to me. I'm so excited to take our agency in a direction that genuinely elevates and reinvents pride at such a pivotal moment in society, our campus, and student life itself. I truly believe that with my Assistant Director, Ash Soto, and my Center Director, Sam Youngston, the work that we will do will be monumental for our community. And with that, I yield the rest of my time for my closing. Thank you.
Thank you. You yielded for your closing with 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Next, we have candidate Youngston for Pride Student Union Center Director. Candidate Youngston, you may begin when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Sam Youngston, and I'm thrilled and honored to be the candidate for the Center Director position of Pride Student Union. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a rising second year studying international affairs and political science. During my first year at Florida State, I served as the Secretary of Pride Student Union. As we all know, it was an unprecedented year and definitely a weird one for my transition from high school to college, but the rest of the previous Pride administration welcomed me in with open arms. I really enjoyed my time as secretary, and I'm looking forward to planning fun and safe in-person events once the fall semester starts. These next couple semesters will be full of obstacles and dilemmas, but they also provide a unique opportunity for Pride Student Union to revitalize and reestablish itself as a prominent organization on campus. It's this mindset that will guide me through this year as campus resumes normal operations and our new student union opens up in the spring. The center director position's responsibilities are largely based on a physical space like the student union. So until the student union is open, my main 3 focuses will be education, organization, and intersectionality. Creating spaces for important conversations about the struggles the LGBTQ+ community faces with people of different backgrounds, identities, and ways of life is the first step toward ending prejudice and discrimination toward our community. Collaborating with any of FSU's hundreds of organizations allows Pride to create more space for these conversations, as well as providing Pride with a broader and larger audience. Focusing on intersectionality goes hand in hand with this. Providing spaces for students of various identity-based intersectionalities makes more people feel heard. We'll be able to listen to the ideas of more individuals and do what Pride is all about, which is advocacy. Once we have access to the new student union, my goals will shift a little bit. I'll focus on recreating a community space for both our board and our members. Back when we had a student union, before I was here, Pride had an LGBTQ+ resource center with clothes, books, and any other items we thought students might need, and I'd like to work on bringing that back. The center director is also responsible for training volunteers and facilitating board retreats. Volunteers once played an integral part of Pride Student Union by helping us run Market Wednesdays, helping us plan and set up events, and helping us come up with more ideas. Though that stopped during the pandemic, I'd like to bring that back because planning an event takes a lot of work, and especially after a year of being online, we'll need a little bit of help getting back into gear. Regarding board retreats, my main goal with that is just to make sure we all feel like a family, because we all have our own roles and our positions and our specific responsibilities, but ultimately we're all working towards the same goal. So I want to plan at least 2 exciting and welcoming retreats per semester and make sure we all feel comfortable and safe with each other. And I also want to help facilitate one-on-one meetings with each board member to make sure we're all doing our part and meeting our goals. Finally, as center director, my responsibility is helping to facilitate identity nights. I want to push Pride to be a little bit more active in the Identity Nights process with more consistent and frequent publication on Pride's social media. Doing so, we can increase our Identity Night attendance and give more people a space to feel comfortable with their intersectionalities. Overall, I want to continue the great work Pride has been doing for years, and as campus moves back toward normal operations, we just need to remember that this is an opportunity and we need to use it to its fullest extent and reimagine what Pride can be. Thank you all. I yield my time.
Thank you, candidate Youngston. You yielded with 1 minute and 35 seconds towards your closing. We are now in line for questions for these candidates. Are there any senators wishing to ask any questions at this time? Chair Marcus.
Well, I don't care if you say senator or chair, but my question is to the agency candidates, and that is to define the word intersectionality and what the word means to you.
So the order that we will go in for agency candidates, we'll start with Sanchez.
Thank you so much for that question, Senator Marcus. I believe that intersectionality is extremely important, especially in all of our communities. Defined, I would say that intersectionality is definitely an interconnection between a bunch of different identities. As someone that has several identities that I I guess I would say not label myself with, but definitely identify myself with. I identify myself within the LGBTQIA plus community, the disabled community, the Hispanic Latinx community. So definitely embracing that nature and also informing others of those identities and how they're all interconnected and make you who you are, and also affect the way that you are raised, the way that you look at life, your morals, your values. I feel like that's also very important.
Thank you, candidate Sanchez. Next is candidate Ocasio.
I want to start with this answer in terms of queer trans people of color. In certain spaces, our queerness or our transness are ostracized, and in other spaces, our identities or through Blackness, being Latinx, Asian American, or Indigenous are also ostracized. And we have made the space, and thankfully I have cultivated a space where intersectionality is the forefront of the work that we do for my community specifically, making sure that when we encompass such a big spectrum, that all those individual identities are amplified and emphasized in their own individual way, and to have the needs and wants of that specific community and identity catered to. Outside of that, it does make up the people that we are through identity and through life experiences, and also tied in with our morals and values.
Thank you, candidate Ocasio. Next is candidate Youngston.
Thank you for the question. To me, intersectionality is the mingling of someone's various identities and experiences. It places the focus more on a person as a whole, rather than just, a few various parts of them. And I believe advocating for and creating safe spaces for these intersections to be heard and feel comfortable and look around and see other people that are like them is really important. And that's a pretty big role of both Pride in general, but also of the center director position with Identity Nights. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, candidate Youngston. Chair Marcus, did you have another question?
I don't at the time, but I might in a second.
Awesome. Thank you. You can lower your hand now. Chair Linsky, I know that you can't raise your hand on here, but I see you have a question.
Yeah, I have a question for all three candidates, and I'd like to reserve a follow-up if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. The question is, how do you approach communicating with other leaders when you disagree with them?
So we will start. This is for all candidates, correct, Chair Linsky?
Yes.
We'll start with candidate Strong.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
How do you approach communicating with other leaders that you disagree with?
Absolutely. So typically I could try to take a wide approach. I like to keep, everything that I believe in or anything that I want to accomplish when I am hopefully part of the class councils again this fall. I like to keep it pretty open-ended and hear everybody's opinion before I make a final call on kind of the idea for an event or for a project or for a meeting or kind of for a topic of just anything that anyone feels as though they need to discuss. So if I were to disagree with a discussion topic, I try to always start at the root of the discussion and just kind of understand where they're coming from, because usually I'm a pretty understanding person, and typically I'm able to kind of find a common ground to just explain where I am coming from and understand where they're coming from. And I just think the communication of just hearing them out and being an active listener is very key, and having a harmonious council. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Strong. Candidate Sanchez.
Thank you so much for that question. So definitely when it comes to giving or receiving feedback, especially when someone that I necessarily don't agree with or don't agree with the point that they're making, I definitely, one of the most important things, one of the things I also teach my students is that you need to think with your head and not with your emotions. So definitely taking a moment and sitting there and being like, am I frustrated with the point that they're making? Kind of like challenge the point, not the person. So definitely, think about what you're going to say, not come at it with so much emotion, but more of like, what's the logical reasoning as to why I disagree with this person. Also coming at a point where I'm definitely the kind of person I like to make my point. I'm very direct and to the point, but I won't sugarcoat it. But definitely also remaining conscious of the other person's feelings and emotions as well, making sure that you are not being disrespectful, but also making sure that you're being heard and making sure that that other person is also being heard and communicating what they feel.
Thank you, candidate Sanchez. Candidate Ocasio.
I think starting with addressing the root of the problem is step one for me personally. I think throughout the interaction, calling in and calling out is always needed, and making sure that emotional and situational awareness is at the forefront. Outside of that, I think open communication is the only way to hold situations together. That way both parties are heard, and that way no room for disrespect or like cursing is being held for. Outside of that, I think that's where amends and even common ground could like grow from. And that way situations could be resolved easily and quickly.
Thank you, candidate Ocasio. And finally, candidate Youngston.
Thank you. I think the main thing, at least for me, is just focusing on empathy and sort of listening to understand, not listening to respond. And that's a challenge for, I'm sure, many people, because, you know, when you're in like a argument or in a disagreement, you're going to be looking for what do I say next? Not what are they saying and how can I sort of reach a compromise with that and understand what the actual issue is. So I think just, you know, handling disagreements with empathy, compassion, and then working towards compromise.
Thank you, candidate Youngston. All right, you had a follow-up, right, Chair Linsky?
Yeah. At what point during a disagreement with another student leader would you feel like it's okay to resort to name calling?
Candidate Strong.
Never. I think that name calling is definitely an appropriate way of addressing a conflict. I would never call anybody another name. I think like all the other candidates, I think we all agree just going back to the roots and just, you know, uncovering why someone might believe a certain thing or choose a different way or direction. I think everybody has a valid reason for something that they believe in. And I think being respectful at all times and never name calling is the perfect way to go about that.
Thank you, candidate Strong. Candidate Sanchez.
Yeah, I would like to second that. Definitely never. I feel like that attests really to your personal character if you resort to name calling when you are able to get a point across. I feel like definitely stopping, taking a moment and rerouting the conversation and trying to have it again would be much, much more, I guess, valuable in that situation, but definitely never name calling or insulting someone. I feel like that's just out of line, out of pocket, and definitely unprofessional.
Thank you, candidate Sanchez. Candidate Ocasio.
I would have to say never, considering that I'm a victim of a lot of hate and have been called many slurs and there is so much violence through my identity and my sheer existence. There's no room for that ever.
Thank you, candidate Ocasio. And finally, candidate Youngston.
Never, that's all.
Nice, short and sweet. Thank you, candidate Youngston. And then Chair Linsky, did you have another follow-up?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Linsky. Chair Marcus.
Point of information to candidate Ocasio. Have you sent any messages during this meeting to a senator that included name calling?
I think the word that I used that wasn't as positive as it should have been was pathetic, but yes.
Okay.
Thank you, candidate Ocasio. Would you like a follow-up, candidate?
Yes, this is more of a point of personal privilege.
Okay.
Senator Gonzalez was sent a message earlier from this candidate. It did contain some negative words. I want to say that I don't think this detracts from their ability to be, but I do to be someone heavily involved in the Pride Student Union. However, I do think that this speaks a little bit towards the candidate's character, and that's all.
Are there any other questions from senators at this time? Parliamentarian Rowan, I see you have your hand raised.
Hi, if I may make a couple notes for the sake of decorum here. First of all, just a request to the senators, points are here to inform the Senate or to either inform the Senate or to get more information for the Senate or ensure that the rules are being followed. Points are not where we make points for debate or debating points. We don't debate in points. And secondly, just then this goes to candidates, senators, guests of the Senate alike. Please make sure we are all maintaining a decent level of respect for each other, and that we are not resorting to name calling. We are not resorting to extremely negative language. So I would hope that's not something that has to be said, but apparently it does. So I'm saying it now. Please try to keep this in mind throughout the meeting, because I will say it again if we have to, if it's needed.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. And again, decorum is of the utmost importance. I will not accept anything that's out of decorum, anything that comes to my attention that's out of decorum. We don't have enough time to be out of decorum this evening. So stay in decorum, and I'm not going to say it again. Any questions for these candidates? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Senator Randall.
I move for the candidates individually, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? Senator Pawlowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second that motion.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, before we move forward into the forwarding of these candidates, each candidate is entitled to their closing comments. We will begin with candidate Strong. Candidate Strong, you have 3 minutes and 11 seconds towards your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Well, keeping it short and sweet, I just want to say thank you all so much for your time this evening. I know it's been a long meeting, and I really appreciate you guys sticking through for the night. Thank you, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your summer.
Thank you, candidate Strong. All right, Chair Linsky, if you can now administer the vote on the forwarding of candidate Strong.
Let me get my camera ready. Apologies. If you would like to vote yes on candidate Strong, please raise your hand now. Please lower your hands at this time. If you would like to vote, oh, I'm going to wait for everyone to lower their hands. And if you're a candidate, please lower your hands as well. If you would like to vote no on this candidate, please raise your hands now. If you are abstaining from voting on this candidate, please raise your hands now. All right, with a unanimous vote in the affirmative, this candidate passes. Congratulations.
Congratulations, candidate Strong, for Junior Class Council Vice President. Please stay on this call because we'll administer the oath after we continue with the voting on the forwarding of the other candidates. Up next, we have candidate Sanchez. You have 3 minutes and 37 seconds for your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you everyone for listening to me tonight. Unfortunately, things did not turn out the way that we would like. For these last 3 minutes, I would definitely like to say that as senators, you all should hold all of your agencies accountable, because looking at statutes, it looks like many other agencies also have this. So definitely I would like to see if we could recheck and see if other agencies are also following this. Because I'm not going to name names, but I've looked at over all the statutes, and if we're able to call out others that are having the same issue, especially those that have a personal opinion against me as a candidate and me as my assistant director as a candidate, you should definitely be checking other agencies, and you as senators should know your statutes. Secondly, if you are running for this position because Senator Gonzalez ran against me, you should be informing us of this, because as a senator, it is your duty to inform the student body of everything going on. I am not
That-
insulting anybody.
Senator-
I'm not insulting
Candidate
anybody.
Sanchez, excuse me, Candidate Sanchez, you are
I'm not
out of
insulting
line.
anybody.
Candidate Sanchez, you are out of
It
line.
hasn't been 3.
You cannot address a senator by their name in your closing. Please be respectful. I'm not reiterating this again. You have time left for your closing, and I'm asking you to be respectful for the remainder of the time. If not, we'll have to go back into parliamentary procedure to see what can be done. So you are going to be respectful the rest of your time in your closing. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. So for the senator that went against me as that position, I think that as a duty as a senator, you should definitely be informing us, especially if you illegally signed up for an interview that you were supposed to be appointed by the student body president. Other than that, thank you everyone for being here, and I hope that you all hold all agencies accountable. Especially since we are being held accountable, you should hold all your agencies accountable that have the same statute, because we have over 3 agencies that have that same statute. So we should definitely be checking everyone, because someone was forwarded that had that same statute and that didn't happen to them. And they were not appointed, and their past executive board did not vote them.
Thank you. We will now move on into the forwarding of this candidate. Chair Linsky, can you please administer the vote?
Was my time over? I apologize.
Our faculty advisor would like you muted at this time. Thank you. Chair Linsky, can you administer the vote, please? You're muted. I think that's our main problem.
I'm on mute. I'm very sorry. For all those in favor of voting yes on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All right. All of those wishing to, hold on. All those wishing to lower your hands, please. All those wishing to vote no on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All right, please lower your hands. All those wishing to abstain from this vote, please raise your hands at this time. All right. This candidate does pass. Congratulations.
Congratulations, candidate Sanchez. Please stay on the call. You'll have to do the oath of office towards the end of this forwarding of candidates. And if your hand is raised, please lower your hand at this time. Up next, we have candidate Ocasio with 3 minutes and 23 seconds towards your closing. You may begin whenever you are ready.
Ms. Hunter, with all due respect, am I able and am I in line to read the message that I had personally sent to the senator?
Yes, you are in line to read a message. If it is out of decorum, however, I would ask that you stay within decorum during this time.
Will do, thank you. The reason why I want to share this is I feel like I have to defend my character a little bit. In regards to Miss Martin, excuse me, I had personally emailed Senator Ashley Gonzalez, and I quote,
"You cannot mention senators' names, else you are out of decorum."
May I continue?
This is my final reminder to everyone in this meeting of that.
May I continue?
Now you may.
Thank you. Start quote, "Girl, you did not have to do all that to block a real, genuine leader to continue doing their work over some damn statue. Period. So pathetic." I would like to say that I've known this candidate since starting at FSU, and I consider them a good acquaintance. I would hate for anyone to doubt my leadership or my experience due to this small issue that I think was taken a little bit out of proportion. especially considering that the situation that I'm talking about, since I can't say any names, was the same individual that voted in favor of Jack Denton. So please remember that. If you would like to amplify and support a cutie pop person who is a genuine and real leader and has been doing the work, then you are looking at a candidate right before you that has done so. With that being said, thank you all so much, and I look forward to catering to the wants and the needs of my community from here on out, as I have always done throughout my whole life and will continue to do so till the grave. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Ocasio. Point, Chair Gonzalez. Please also, before the point, don't use the chat unless you have a message that is of importance to the entire Senate. If not, I'll turn the chat off. Point, Chair Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, President Hunter. I move to revoke the candidacy of candidate Sanchez, seeing as she wasn't tabled and the forwarding was illegal.
Thank you, Chair Gonzalez. Parliamentarian Rowan, please state what you stated the last time in regards to this forwarding.
Okay, so I'll talk on that, and I'll since we haven't had a motion to revoke, at least to my knowledge, I'll have to talk on that too. So the statute that was being referenced here is the one about whether or not, or about how the director and assistant director are nominated to their office in the HLSU. In the statute, it says that it has to be selected by the outgoing executive board of the HLSU, as we found out with through the questioning of the candidate for assistant director. That vote did not take place, and I advised the Senate that forwarding was illegal due to some of the other issues that were surrounding other candidates and issues of decorum within the Senate. I must apologize to the Senate that I did not catch this, but I will move on to rescinding. In order to rescind, this is a debatable motion. Because of the fact that there was no prior notice of this motion, it would require a 2/3 vote if objected to. So that's where we're at there. And I again would like to stress to both senators and members and guests of the Senate to please have decorum and have respect. Y'all, we have been here for over a year on Zoom Senate. It's gotten a bit to the point that, you know, most of us don't know a Senate where we see each other in person, but we are still people. So please treat people with respect, please.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. I have one final question to you before we continue to move forward. And my question is, considering that we just did a vote to confirm candidate Sanchez, what would you suggest as she has been forwarded and confirmed?
So the motion to rescind is one in which I'll just read Roberts here. The Assembly can change a motion previously taken or ordered. This is so basically what Senator Gonzalez is moving for in the situation is that the Senate overturn the vote. They overturn the vote to confirm. The oath has not been administered yet, correct? However, the vote has been taken. The vote has been taken by the Senate, so the Senate does still have the prerogative to overturn that vote. And it needs a second. If objected to, it is debatable. And once debate has concluded, requires a 2/3 vote to overturn.
Thank you.
So 2/3 vote in the affirmative to overturn.
Thank you. Is there a second to this motion? Senator Piper Ferguson.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Kowalski.
My apologies, my hand was raised. I had a point of order.
Okay, right now we're in objections. Do you object?
No.
Okay. Senator Lassard.
I object.
All right, so now since there was an objection, we are in line to vote. Parliamentarian Rowan, please correct me if I'm incorrect. You can unmute at anytime.
We won't be going to a vote just yet. We'll be moving into a debate, a pro-con debate on the motion. So this is going to be treated like the debates treat like a bill here, in which Senator Gonzalez, being the movement, is treated as a sponsor and allowed to give an opening and closing statement on the motion to a vote.
Thank you. Chair Gonzalez, you have 5 minutes for your opening statement on your motion. You should be able to unmute.
Basically, I think this motion is pretty simple. The assistant director for HLSU was tabled until we could figure out exactly what happened and figure out if she could actually be forwarded. No one made the motion to table for candidate Sanchez, and the vote was administered. And now the only option is to revoke the candidacy. And so that's why this motion was made. And since we did move to table candidate Martins and it wasn't upheld with candidate Sanchez, I think it's only fair that the same standard we held with both of them. So that's why I moved to revoke. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gonzalez. You yield with 4 minutes and 23 seconds towards your closing. We are now going to be in a period of debate, excuse me, on this current motion. In this period of debate, we're going to be doing pro-con, just so everyone knows. So we'll have 3 minutes in pro, 3 minutes in con to speak on the motion to rescind /table candidate Sanchez until we are able to get confirmation that statutes were or were not followed. So we are now going to enter the first round of pro on this motion. Just to be clear, because I know this is confusing for new senators, that the pro on the motion is the motion to rescind /table /revoke with different language, candidate Sanchez. So we're in the first round of pro. We're going to be doing 2 minutes in each round of pro and con. Senator Roy.
Hi, thank you. So I'm actually someone who had voted yes because it had seemed weird still rejecting candidates or not wanting to pass them when they do need a executive board. However, given that it is against statutes, given that this is still a big deal, as we're seeing with the objection, it is something that I would hopefully see tabled and really decide as soon as we get all this settled. Like, I'm not against these candidates. It just seems like this is the one way we're actually gonna get an entire board at the same time legally. So that's why I'll be going for this.
Thank you. You yielded with 1 minute and 25 seconds left in the first round of pro. Senator Lynch.
Hi, I agree with most of the sentiments that have been expressed. I also think that, as said before with the last candidate that was tabled, there are a lot of more pressing issues that the Senate needs to get to. And this is obviously a fault of the executive board, or the committee at hand, and not the Senate's fault. So therefore, I think we should take it. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Lynch. You yielded with 59 seconds left. Chair Marcus.
We are between a rock and a hard place here. This is not fun to do. This is not fun to sit through. This is not how Senate should be. But unfortunately, we are either going to have a potential violation of statutes and a whole mess to deal with there, or we can wait and figure it out, get the other stuff that we have to do in this meeting done, given that this is the last meeting. And I don't know what to do here. Yes, I know that HLSU and the other agencies have important things to do, but like, we either violate statutes or we figure it out and do it right. And I think figuring out and doing it right is the best option here. So I am in pro of this. I yield.
Thank you. You yielded with 15 seconds in the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in this round of pro? Chair Linsky.
Yeah, we want there to be a board. We want there to be an executive director and an assistant director, but you have to follow the statutes. It's really unfortunate that your advisor told you wrong, because then we would get through this. It would likely be unanimous. We'd be good to go. This is not.
Unfortunately, time has expired in the first round of pro. We are now in the first round of con on the motion. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Senator Lassard.
So HLSU needs their directors. Were you about to raise a point, Randall? Okay. And if we table these lovely two candidates, they're not going to be able, the earliest we can even start a confirmation on these candidates is going to be September. Fall semester begins August 23rd with fall involvement fair being, I believe, if I am remembering correctly, the 25th. It's either the 24th or the 25th. How is HLSU supposed to have a presence on this campus if they are not even able to be an organization at the start of this fall semester? They are a very vital piece. They are a very vital organization on this campus. They provide, and actually I was just informed that Hispanic Heritage Month is in the first month as well. That is a big month for HLSU. That is a very important thing for them to do. They have such a great presence on campus. If their advisor told them wrong, I think we can agree on that. Unfortunately, their advisor was incorrect. But should we bar an organization from this campus for an extended period of time in the middle of a fall semester because of one little thing? We already approved this candidate. Why should we rescind our vote now? We don't need to rescind our vote on a candidate after the fact because no one was paying attention during. That looks bad on us. It looks bad on us as a Senate to do so. We already approved this candidate. We need to just continue as we going. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Lassard, you yielded with 27 seconds left in the second round of con. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in the second round of con? If not, time will be extinguished. Senator Flashman.
I have a point of information. Are we as senators able to knowingly violate statutes in order to benefit the student body, especially in a situation like this? Is that within our power?
From my understanding, it is not within our power. Does that answer your point? Awesome. Point, Chair Roy.
Thank you. Point of information, or kind of point of inquiry. Is there a possibility to call any sort of special session of Senate to reconvene to vote on these candidates if we were to table and either just hear them next week or sometime before September?
So I'm going to defer to Parliamentarian Rowan for this, considering this is the last meeting of our Senate for the summer. Parliamentarian Rowan, please give your insight.
Okay, I'm here, or I'm getting that a note from Dr. Williams that we can have a special session next week. So long as next week, I believe next week is not finals week. As long as next week isn't finals week, yes, there can be a special session, but we can't have it during finals week and we can't have it during syllabus week. So if the president can call a special session. Oh, wait. Dr. Williams, hold on a second. I'm getting told it is.
I think next week is finals week. Yes. So
yeah, next week.
A session.
So yeah, if next week is finals week, we legally cannot hold session. And we cannot hold session on syllabus week. So the earliest the next session will be week 2 of the fall semester. That is legally binding. And also on Senator Flashman's point, violations of statutes is technically an impeachable offense.
Yes, thank you. Point, Senator Lassard.
I have 2 points of information. Can I ask the second one after I ask the first?
Absolutely.
Okay, so point of information for Parliamentarian Rowan. Is it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's why I'm going to phrase this as a question. We only need 24 hours notice to hold a special Senate session, correct?
Yes, you do only need 24-hour notice with a petition through. And I was just asked again about the special session in next week. If next week is finals week, I will just quote 400.1a, which says that the session of the Senate shall terminate on the Wednesday prior to finals week of the 3 semesters. So technically, the summer session of the Senate is shall terminate on the Wednesday prior to finals week, which means by my reading of the statutes, actually today is the last day of the summer Senate session.
So it's the Wednesday before, not the Friday before, so we couldn't hold one on Friday and technically get in before statutes.
I'm reading, that's how I'm reading this currently. If Dr. Williams, if you have a different reading of 400.1A, the way that I'm reading it is, I'll just read the whole statute. The fall, spring, and summer meetings of the Student Senate shall begin on the second Wednesday in the respective semester and shall terminate on the Wednesday prior to finals week of the 3 semesters. That to me says that if next week is finals week, that today is the termination, or is the day of termination of this summer Senate.
Yes, that is correct, Parliamentarian Rowan. Today is the last day of our summer Senate session, not the end of this week, today, at the end of this meeting. Point, Senator Polsky.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So next week is finals week, but could we not call, or I'm sorry, I have a point of information. Sorry, should have clarified. Next week is finals week, but if we're calling a special session, I don't think it needs to fall within the fall or fall within the summer, portion, right? Can't we just have it on August 4th?
I just think it's a whole session when we are not in school, when there is no school in session. There will be no school in session after finals week, and until syllabus week, we can't have session during syllabus week. So unfortunately, we would not be able to have a special session anytime in between today and after syllabus week. Point, Senator Edouard.
Can we maybe look to see if there's anything else that we could possibly do for HLSU? Because how I'm seeing it, it's kind of like BSU not being an agency on campus. Like, Black students were a minority here. Like, we need to have our space. We need to have our safe space. Hispanic and Latinx students, they're a minority here at FSU. They also need to have their safe space. So let's try and maybe take a 2-minute recess or 5-minute recess to see if there's anything else that we could possibly do.
Point, Parliamentarian Rowan.
Okay, so this is where because we're going back down this rabbit hole one more time, and I would like to apologize to the candidates who are being affected by this, and the sponsors of the bills are being affected by this. But first, we cannot have a meeting after tonight. That's just how statutes were mandated for us. Secondly, we're probably there will probably need to be further consultations, especially between administration and the leaders of the branches, at least in my opinion, before I to try to figure out how to solve this, because on a purely statutory basis, this cannot be resolved because the former executive board does not exist. They can't just have, it was suggested to me that there could possibly be, they could kind of just send in a statement saying that they agree with the candidates, which could not be feasible because it needs to be at a publicly noticed meeting, which requires 24-hour notice. So yeah, I'm sorry. I truly am, but this is how our statutes have put it. And as parliamentarian, it is my duty to tell the Senate what the statutes say and to tell them what is legal and what is not. And I'm telling you right now that moving forward with these candidates, confirming these candidates is illegal and would be a violation of statutes, and violations of statutes is technically ground for impeachment.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. We are going to take the point from Chair Linsky, who's serving as pro tempore.
I think I can see where this is going tonight. And Senate can't vote yes because it will violate statutes. However, there is going to be certain advisors who are employed by FSU who are going to be at the center of this. I would imagine that there's a situation where somebody can come over top and appoint a temporary executive board for this union. That temporary board would then be allowed to operate throughout this interim and would not miss out on the very important things that they have to do at the beginning of the school year to, one, sustain their operations, and two, really compete with other unions for recognition in the university. The hard fact is Senate can't be the one who says okay on this, because then we're in this like self-collapsing loop where nothing that we say can matter anymore because we're just actively breaking our own rules. However, there is a way where everyone can have their cake and eat it too. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen with Senate voting yes here.
Again, I just want to make it clear to everyone, and I'm going to be very strict with this from this point moving forward. Points are not debatable. We're not debating on points. If you have a point of personal privilege, point of inquiry, point of clarification, we're not doing debate on points. We have too much to cover this evening to continue to do that. So if you have a point of personal privilege, a point of clarification, or a point of inquiry, have a point. If you don't have a point. Just want to make that clear. Nothing to do with what was previously stated, but just in general, we're not debating in points. We are also in a round of con. I just want that to be clear to everyone. So it seems that Vice Chair Bowling has a point, hopefully one of the points I mentioned before. So you may go ahead.
This is a point of inquiry to Parliamentarian Rowan. Could Exec Board or Vice President Hecht just approve a temporary e-board for the time being until we can actually get a meeting together?
There is no provision for that in statutes. Unless I hear differently, I don't know of a precedence for that. That would be something that would be, I believe that would be highly out of the regular order, and definitely not something that could be done tonight.
Thank you.
If even, it would need to be considered further.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. We are in the first round of con. Senator Pawlowski. No. Senator Lassard.
I actually want to move to let a non-senator speak. Former Exec Director Adela is back and wants to say something.
Does there need to be a second? I'm sorry, is there a second? Senator, or excuse me, Chair Murray.
So seconded.
Right, Adela?
Mayor, before the
Yes.
former director speaks, I would like to make note of this rule before we move forward. Allowing when a non-senator is recognized to speak, that person may only provide clarifying information. It is out of decorum for the person to debate. I just want that to be noted. Thank you.
I very much appreciate Parliamentarian Rowan, all the work you're doing this evening. I'm sure it's not easy. So Adela, you may unmute and you may speak.
Yes, I indeed have more information to provide. I want to thank all senators tonight for making me reread my statutes. Definitely try to like pull my hair out and trying to see what really happened here and how can we push forward this agency for the next year. So
Adela, my apologies. I forgot to ask if there are any objections. So let me ask that before you continue. This is my mistake on my part. Are there any objections to allowing a non-senator to speak? Chair Gonzalez.
Yes, I object because the question wasn't directed to former Director Delon-Rendy.
Thank you for your objection. Parliamentarian Rowan will now admit this is non-debatable, correct?
Yes, this motion is non-debatable, so it will just go to a straight vote.
Right. If you go ahead, you can go ahead and describe it. That's fine.
I believe this is a majority vote.
Yeah, this is a majority vote. If you are voting yes on the motion, you are voting yes to allow a non-senator to speak. If you're voting no, you're voting no to not allow a non-senator to speak. So Chair Linsky, serving as pro tempore, can you please administer the vote?
Yes, I can. All righty. I'm gonna get this going on. Sorry for the delay. If you are going to be voting yes on this objection, to sustain the objection, then please raise your hands now.
Acting Pro Tem Linsky, it might be easier if we have the senators voting in the positive. So a vote yes being a vote in favor of letting the former director speak.
Okay, sure. Everyone lower your hands. We're going to change the verbiage of how that question was called. Everybody who approves of the non-senator to have the floor, please raise your hands now.
Just a friendly reminder, only senators can vote.
All right, please lower your hands. All right, lower your hands, please, if you voted already. I will lower them for you. If you do not wish to have a non-senator speak, please raise your hands now. Does anyone abstain to this vote? All right, senators have voted. Adela, you do have the floor.
You may continue, Adela.
Thank you. Basically, what I wanted to say was that rereading my statutes, I want to explain that 4 executive board members didn't reapply to be on the board and 2 excused themselves from the vote, meaning that there were only 2 voting members left. That would be me and my assistant director, Laura Medina. So allegedly, a 50% vote was reached. I don't know if this is the way that it's supposed to go. However, I can provide proof of this if necessary. I want to apologize for me not knowing my statutes right out of the back of my hand and not providing this information way before, instead of making everyone waste their time here. However, I also want to include that this seems like a personal attack on our agency by Senator Gonzalez. Thank you so much for
You're
making
out of decorum. You are out of decorum. All right, we'll be continuing. Senator Pawlowski.
I have a point of information,
Thank you. Yeah.
and I'd like to direct it at the former director, if that's all right at this time.
It will be, but if there is a further violation of decorum, I will remove you from this meeting. Just in general to everyone, I'm not giving any more warnings. Don't abuse the Senate chambers. This is not the time for that. It's not funny. It's not nice. It's unkind. And we're not allowing that anymore. If you get removed from this meeting, you are removed permanently. You will not be returning to the Senate this evening. This is our last Senate meeting. I'm not going to have the disrespect, and I'm not going to have personal attacks occur. So again, this is your final warning to everyone in this call. Personal attacks on a senator, language, anything out of decorum is not allowed. You will be removed and you will not be readmitted into the Zoom call. I hope everyone understands that. I've been very nice so far with allowing a lot of things to slide that shouldn't be. So we're not doing it anymore. You're done. No more things that are out of line. You can have a point of order, Senator Pawlowski. And we
Point of
may
information.
Point of information, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This is sort of what I was trying to get at earlier with the previous confirmation that we were having. When I asked, because there are members of the board who can excuse themselves if they are seeking a position on the future board. The only problem with the question that I was asking was I was not accounting for the other 3 positions. I don't have the names for them right now. I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but I'd like to ask, I understand why these 2 members who are now seeking confirmation, I understand why they excused themselves from the vote, but why did those other members excuse themselves from the vote? Because that's just not, I'm just not understanding that part right now. But if we can understand that, I think we can have a better understanding what's happening here. So I just want to understand why those members excused themselves from the vote.
Thank you. We've already moved for a non-senator to speak. So Adela, you may continue to speak in decorum, of course.
Yes, I apologize. Basically, we did not have a lot of the positions that we were supposed to have in the executive board. For example, like public relations coordinator, they resigned middle of the year. Secretary resigned middle of the year. We had someone come in and fill their position, however, they were not confirmed. And the ones that were left, they were not in town and they did not come to interviews. So I did not feel comfortable with making them vote if they were not at interviews. They were told that they were supposed to vote, but they refrained from voting.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in this round of con? Parliamentarian Rowan.
Okay, so that changes a lot. There would need to be in order for this to or for my opinion from earlier to change, then if there is evidence that that the interviews were open, for the members of the executive board to attend, that they refused to they were declined to attend, and that only the director and assistant director attended, and that there was there were no signs that it would only be the director and assistant director at those interviews, then at that point, it would, there isn't a provision that says that if they aren't at the interviews, they don't have to, or they can't vote on it. And the rule says they shall, which is mandatory, be nominated with a majority vote of the previous executive board. So however many, I would need to know how many members of the exec board there were at this time fully confirmed by the Senate. And whatever that number is, a majority of that is what is required to make the forwarding. So that's where.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. I'm going to address a question to Adela. Adela, can you please answer and only answer Parliamentarian Rowan's question?
There were 3 people confirmed by Senate: me, my assistant director, Laura, and Eric Tapia, my treasurer, who refrained from voting.
Thank you. My question to you, Adela, is how many people should be attending these meetings? So how many people are on this executive board?
Including the people that resigned?
And at the time of the interviews, how many people were on this executive board?
Just exec. So
yes, executive board.
Yeah, so that would be director, assistant director, treasurer, and secretary, who was not confirmed.
So you had 3 members present out of 3 members.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Parliamentarian Rowan.
And the further point of information, and I'm gonna apologize to everybody about this, but so when you say that and the director, assistant director, and the treasurer, there was no outreach director, there was no public relations coordinator, and there was no professional development coordinator. Is that correct?
We have 2 positions for professional development coordinator. One was Daime, and my other professional development coordinator resigned as well.
So
public relations resigned in the middle of the year, and outreach coordinator was not in town.
So you did still have the outreach coordinator sitting on the board, and you had a professional development coordinator.
The Daime.
Okay.
So they don't vote.
Adela, I'm going to try and make this question very clear so we can continue moving on. How many people serve in the HLSU? And how many people who serve were present for this meeting? That's what we need to know. Like numbers only. We don't need names. We just need how many people are serving on executive, and then how many people were present for this.
7 voting members. 7 voting members.
Okay, and how many were present?
2 were present for voting. 3 reapplied.
So we have 2 out of 7 members present for voting with 3 who reapplied. Parliamentarian Rowan, does that clarify everything for you?
It does clarify it for me.
Thank you.
I will, if I may, Madam Chair.
May what?
Or if I may just say state really quickly.
Yes.
about like my reaction to that.
Yes.
In
please do.
reading this, this statute, and if the numbers that we've just been given, with the numbers we've just been given, unless my math is wrong, which I'm a poli-sci major, that's entirely possible. I'm still not counting a majority plus one of the previous executive board, even when counting those who had reapplied. And counting those, so unless I'm wrong, that's what I'm counting right now, and that would still mean that the nomination is illegal. And again, I'm sorry that we are stuck in this myriad.
So to make that clear for you, Adela, what Parliamentarian Rowan is elaborating on to us is that there was no quorum for this meeting, which is half plus one. Therefore, the forwarding of this candidate or these candidates, excuse me, is illegal. However, I will hear the point of Chair Lassard at this time.
Point of information for, I guess, Parliamentarian or you, Madam President, depending on who is going to better answer this question. If, because per what Adela said, they had a significant portion of their board resign, as well as several members reapply. And the members that reapplied cannot be voting members on their own confirmations. It's a conflict of interest. I would personally see that as a conflict of interest. I would argue somebody not to see it as a conflict of interest. So my question is, how are they supposed to confirm and forward a new executive board if they are unable to do so at all based on their membership status of their executive board? Is there any way to fix this? If maybe not for this meeting, but to get them confirmed with the fall?
Madam President, would you like me to respond to that?
I would love for you to respond to that.
So the number that we were given by the former director was that, including the resignations, there were 7 members of the board. There were 3 members of the board who had reapplied, and correctly by statutes, they could not vote on the nomination. That leaves us with 4 members of the board. And in the way that the statute is written, it says that there must be a vote of 50% plus 1. Therefore, in order for that majority to satisfy statutes, that means that 3 out of the 4 members of the board must have voted to nominate. Just a simple 50% was not enough. So that would be my point on that. And I've had the math confirmed for me. So that's where I'm at now. They were 1 vote short.
Thank you. This is the final point, and then I'll be making a decision on this forwarding.
Okay, I guess this is actually more of a point for Adela. The 4 remaining members, how many reapplied?
Let me get this right. 7 voting members. 2 resigned.
Okay.
2 reapplied.
Okay.
There was only 3 left to vote. That was me, Eric, and Laura. Treasurer, assistant director, and director.
Did all 3 of you vote?
No, it was only assistant director and director because Eric Tapia refrained from voting.
So he abstained, technically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my point of information for Rowan would be, wouldn't an abstention count as him voting?
Okay, so if the chair would, or the Madam President, if you allow me, I was just told.
I want to clarify, Parliamentarian Rowan, before you begin, that
Please.
we've been told 3 different things with how this executive board ran their meeting. We are accepting what was just finally said, Adela, as what occurred. We're not going to continue this on for much longer. So Parliamentarian, I hope what you said was correct. I really do, because I hope that we can move on from this and do what's best for the student body as a whole. Parliamentarian Rowan is going to elaborate on what you just said and how that relates to statutes. I ask that you no longer change the story from what occurred from this executive meeting in terms of clarification, in terms of how many people were present, or anything of that matter. Thank you.
And I would like to thank you, President Hunter, and you know, for making that statement, because I agree the number has been changed multiple times. We have moved from a number in which the number wasn't sufficient to a number in which the vote was sufficient. So I'm going to ask this question one last time. And the answer to this, the previous answer has been written down, but this is the answer we want, that we just need to hear. First, how many members of the board were there at the time, active members of the board? Secondly, how many of members of that board?
Parliamentarian Rowan, we're going to go one question at a time.
Okay.
One singular question at a time.
Yes, ma'am. How many active members were there of the executive board at the time that the applications opened for this position, and that the vote, when the vote was being taken? How many active members were there of the board total?
Adela, I ask that you refrain from elaborating and answer only with the number.
5. 2 resigned. 7 active. I don't want to elaborate.
No, please do not elaborate, because 7 active does not mean that 2 resigned.
Wait, okay, so now I'm growing increasingly confused now, and I'm sure several senators are, because we first heard 7, now we're hearing 5.
Adela, there are 5 active members with 2 who resigned. Is that correct? Thank you. Moving forward, Parliamentarian Rowan. Moving forward.
Okay, so that's 5 members. That's 5 members of the executive board when the vote was taking place. How many members of those 5 had applied to go back on the board?
Please speak out loud.
2.
Thank you.
Okay. If you would give me a moment, I believe I would need to confer very quickly with the advisor, because the advisor has been taking notes. So if you excuse me for a moment, Madam President.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. You're excused for a moment. And I advise everyone to take this time to calm down. Take a deep breath, drink some water, eat a snack, but please calm down. I like the deep breaths I'm seeing. Very reassuring. And I apologize to any candidates who are waiting for confirmation. I know you guys didn't sign up to be here this long, but as senators, we do. And I'm very, 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 very sorry that we are at this hour of the evening and you haven't been heard yet. My genuine, deepest apologies.
Edificio
Parliamentarian Rowan, have you had time to confer or enough time to confer?
Okay, Madam
Thank you.
President, I've just gotten off the phone with the advisor, or Dr.
Thank you.
Williams. We've walked through this, and we agreed that the changing of numbers, the changing of the numbers here has led to some confusion on a lot of parts, and that we agree that the most prudent course at this point might be to table the nominations, wait until the first week, or wait until the first Senate meeting of fall, and give the time necessary for this to be sorted out and for everything to be solved, because we're all trying to figure this out at 10 o'clock at night, and that's probably not the most coherent time for us to be trying to figure this out. So that's what our recommendation is, but it is, of course, the Senate has the final say.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. I will ask one more thing of you, hopefully a lot less stressful thing. I completely agree with what our advisor, Dr. Williams, says. Also, I would hate under the one meeting that I am presiding over for us to violate statutes, which is an impeachable offense. It would really break my heart to lead the senators in a way to violate statutes, which is again impeachable. However, Parliamentarian Rowan, I'm going to ask of you one thing that is a lot less stressful, and that is, how do we get out of this round of con that we are in successfully?
I'm seeing Senator Randall's wanting to make a point.
Senator
I
Randall.
would just, yeah, I'd like him to be heard.
I have a point of information for the parliamentarian. If I were to raise a point of order asking the chair to find the vote on the director of HLSU out of order, because it was against statutes, would the chair be able to find that vote out of order?
Parliamentarian Rowan.
Because the vote, I'm going to say yes, and the chair may make the decision if she chooses, and if the Senate disagrees with that, the Senate may appeal that ruling, and by majority vote may overturn it. I think at this point, we're so far down the line that this might be the way out.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rowan. Point, Senator Randall.
Madam Pro Temp, I move to find, I have a point of order, and my point of order is that the vote was out of order and that it was violation. It was done in violation of statutes, and I ask that the vote be rescinded and the candidate be tabled. Or I guess I can't ask the candidate to be tabled because it's a motion, but I ask that the vote be rescinded.
Yes, and I will sustain your point of order and say that the vote of the executive board of HLSU is to be rescinded. It is with great sadness that I have to do that, unfortunately. However, I cannot ask the senators to violate statutes. So, Parliamentarian Rowan, we have...
I believe Senator Lassard or Flashman may be raising an appeal.
Yes.
I move to overturn the decision of the chair.
Understood. Is there a second? Or does there need to be a second? Sorry. Is there a second?
No, Madam Chair, this goes to an immediate vote, no debate. It would take a majority vote to overturn the ruling of the chair. Thank you.
And to be clear, if the ruling of the chair is overturned, that means that, does that mean we are automatically accepting the ruling of, or the decision of HLSU, or that we are just not rejecting HLSU?
It means that in its current form, I will note we are still technically within the motion to rescind. So if the chair's ruling is overturned, we return back to con debate on the motion to rescind. So
Thank
that's where we're at right now. Yes.
So, Chair Linsky, please administer the vote to overturn my decision as the decision of the chair.
If you are wishing to vote yes to overturn the decision of the chair, please raise your hands now. All right, you may lower your hands. If you are wishing to vote no on the decision to overturn the chair, please raise your hands now. All right, if you wish to abstain from this vote to overturn the decision of the chair, please raise your hands. And please lower your hands, actually, first. That'd be very helpful. Anyone who wishes to abstain, please raise their hands now. All right, this motion does not pass. The decision of the chair stands.
Thank you. Point, Senator Randall.
Madam Pro Temp, I move to table the candidates for HLSU Director and Assistant Director.
Is there a second? Senator, please wait until I acknowledge you to unmute. Senator Pifer Ferguson.
So seconded.
Thank you. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Lassard.
I'm going to object. I think this is ridiculous.
All right, so since there's now been an objection, we are parliamentarian Rowan. I'm calling on you a lot. I'm so sorry, but this is definitely more than I planned for this evening. Is this objection, do we now go into debate? I think he might have gotten booted. All right, so there's been an objection. So we will now go into debate on the objection, I do believe. All right, so if this is how I think it is, debate will be, do you have a point, Senator Flashman?
Point information, doesn't there need to be a second?
There was a second and it was objected. So I believe we're in debate now on the objection. If I'm not correct, please.
I'm very lost. Could you clarify, sorry, point information, could you clarify where we are?
Yes, so it was moved that we table these candidates. That motion was objected. So it was moved and seconded, Senator Flashman. That motion was objected by Senator Lassard. So now we will go into debate on the objection. Or on the original motion, excuse me, sorry, not on the objection.
Thank you.
So we are going to have, I believe, an opening and a closing with 5 minutes each. And since the motion's author was Senator Randall, I believe you have 5 minutes for your opening, I guess is the best language to use on your motion.
Thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate this. Let me start a timer on my own phone, make sure I don't speak over. We have talked a lot about this issue tonight, and I think the talk on this issue means that we haven't necessarily found a remedy. And because we haven't found a remedy, we need to take a second to pause and look over this. Whether it's something as dare I say simple, as as an urgent statute revision that is placed on second reading at the first Senate meeting, or something different.
Excuse me, Senator Randall, my apologies. I've been notified by Parliamentarian Rowan that this is not debatable.
Ooh, sorry about that.
And that's my apologies. Again, everyone, grace is all I ask of y'all to me. So since this is not debatable, Chair Linsky, can you move into an immediate vote on the motion? Yes is to move and the motion to table the candidates. No is to not table the candidates. That is the motion. And
those wishing to vote yes on tabling the candidates, please raise your hand at this time. Those wishing to vote no on this motion, please raise your hand at this time. Please lower your hands first. Now, please raise your hands. If you're voting no to table. Okay. Those wishing to abstain on this motion, please raise your hands at this time. I'm going to lower your hand, and I'm going to ask again. If you're abstaining, please raise your hand at this time. All right, this vote passes. These candidates are tabled.
Thank you, Chair Linsky, for administering the vote. So, do you have a point, Senator Flashman?
I actually wanted the motion to introduce a resolution onto the floor addressing this issue to send the recommendation.
Madam President, this is not in order right now.
In
This
order.
cannot be dealt with until we enter new business. We are
And
still in,
please-
we still have people who are host confirmations are open technically.
Yes. So we are now in the closing statement. Candidate Ocasio just finished their closing statement. So is candidate Ocasio still here? I understand that there's a point from Senator Marcus, but I'm asking, is candidate Ocasio still here? Can you please raise your hand if you are? I can't see you, sorry. Oh, I see you now. You're good, candidate Ocasio. Point from Chair Marcus.
Point of information to Parliamentarian Rowan. I'm so sorry you keep getting called on, but are there other statutes are there other agencies that this statute debate affects? Because I want to make sure we're doing our jobs right here.
Let me check that right now. Please hold.
Go ahead, Parliamentarian Rowan.
I'm just noting here that requirement is in for the selection of the executive director of the Pride Student Union. Yes, the current executive board and the current administrative advisor shall interview all applicants for the position and shall forward one nominee to the student body president and the chief of staff for appointment. I will note it does not say by a certain vote, so I believe that would be considered different to the wording put in the HLSU statute. The HLSU statute specifically mandates a voting threshold. I'm on the Women's Student Union right now.
Parliamentarian Rowan, just as this doesn't concern the Women's Student Union, just the Pride Student Union, thank you for that clarification on Pride Student Union, as our next two candidates are for that. I'm not going to ask you to do research. It's not necessary this evening, but please look into it after this meeting. Chair Marcus, does that answer your point? So as you already had your closing statement, candidate Ocasio, thank you for bearing with us. I can't express enough how happy I am that you're still in this call. Chair Linsky, can you administer the vote for candidate Ocasio for Pride Student Union Director?
I sure can. All of those, hold on. Brandon, can you please lower your hand at this point in time? Thank you. All of those wishing to vote in favor of confirming this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All of those voting against confirming this candidate, please raise or lower your hands first. I'm so sorry. Lower those blue 5-digit icons. If you wish to vote no to confirm this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. If you wish to abstain to confirming this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All right, with that, this candidate is confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair Linsky. I would like to check with our clerk, Clerk Connor, that this candidate there was a motion to forward this candidate, correct? It was not retracted or anything like that. I just want to double check before we continue. Because I know we went through a lot between them.
Let me look.
Wait 1 second. Oh, okay. There was the motion to suspend the rules. There's the motion to suspend the rules to go back. Was there a subsequent motion for the candidate individually, or did we enter the procedural nightmare before that could happen? And that would be a question to the clerk.
I have a motion to forward the candidates individually for that was when we went into Juliana Strong before all of the HLSU stuff.
Okay, so Madam President, I believe that means that we did not. Yeah, that we did not forward the remaining candidates individually, so we are back there. So we would need another motion for that. Apologies.
Oh my goodness, I'm absolutely so sorry. Can we have a motion to forward our remaining two candidates Ocasio and Youngston, please? Senator Edouard.
I motion to forward our remaining two candidates.
Individually?
Individually.
Thank you. Senator Kowalski.
I retract my motion. I was going to make the same motion.
Can you second it?
Second.
Are there any objections? Senator Gonzalez?
I object and prefer to go into pro-con debate before we call the motion. No, call the question on these candidates.
Okay, so there has been an objection. This is non-debatable, as I understand.
You can ask if the sponsor wishes to withdraw.
Okay, but does the sponsor wish to withdraw their motion? The sponsor is Senator Edouard, I believe. You can unmute.
Withdraw the motion.
All right. Are there any other motions at this time? Chair Gonzalez.
I move to enter pro-con debate on the candidates individually.
Is there a second? Senator Murray, or Vice Chair Murray, excuse me.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Lassard.
I object.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong again, parliamentarian round, but we are now going to go into a vote on the motion by Senator
Correct.
Gonzalez.
Yes, and this motion only requires a majority in the affirmative to enter the pro-con debate.
So Chair Lindsay is going to administer the vote. We will now be voting yes is to enter pro-con debate, no is to not enter pro-con debate on these candidates Ocasio and Youngston individually.
If you wish to vote yes on this motion, please raise your hands at this time.
For clarification, a yes vote is to go into pro-con.
If you wish to, I'm gonna clear this, found out how to do that, hooray. If you wish to vote no on this motion, please raise your hands now.
And this is to not go into pro-con.
Going once, going twice, cleared. If you wish to abstain on this motion, please raise your hand now. All right, this vote does not pass. We will be going directly to forwarding these candidates individually.
Yes.
Wait, what? No.
Nope. We'll be
As
going
in-
to pro-con?
No, wait, you said, wait, what was the vote total on that?
The vote failed, parliamentarian round.
Vote failed.
Okay.
We are not
So-
entering pro-con debate.
Not going to
I will
pro-con.
entertain another
Yes.
motion at this
All
time.
right, my bad.
Senator Lassard,
I move to forward the candidates individually.
is there a second? Senator Kowalski.
Second that motion.
Is there an objection? Seeing none, we will now move into the forwarding of candidate Ocasio as candidate Ocasio has already given their closing comments. So Chair Linsky, can you please administer the vote again?
All right. All of those wishing to vote yes on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All right, going once, going twice. All senators wishing to vote no on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All senators wishing to abstain from voting on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All right, this candidate does pass and is confirmed. Congratulations.
Congratulations, candidate Ocasio. Thank you for staying with us this entire time. Next, candidate Youngston, you have 1 minute and 35 seconds towards your closing. You may begin. Are you here? Yes, you may begin. Sorry, it's been a long time. I just want to make sure. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you. Just wanted to say thank you all for your time. And even more time now. Thank you all for your extra time. And for this opportunity, I look forward to working with you all in the future. And I'm excited to work with Pride again, hopefully.
Thank you. Are there points from Senator Marcus? Do you have a point?
Point of inquiry, does the threshold of abstentions apply to that vote? Because that seemed to be a lot of abstentions.
Chair Linsky, how many abstentions were there for that vote? I understand that this takes a little more counting.
I have to get through the video. I think that there were 10, but let me rewatch the video and I'll see you in a second.
Thank you.
Sorry. You're going to hear, I'm going to mute myself. I'm sorry, don't know how to fast forward on my own phone for the video. On this motion. If you wish to abstain on this motion, please raise your hand now. Sorry, it's still going through the video. This is a long video with a lot of votes.
Madam President, as Pro Temp Linsky looks over that, I just want to note, I'm looking at the text of Bill 5, which is the bill passed during the Senate that revises the 2/3 or the abstentions threshold. And the wording in this is the wording used is a piece of legislation. So therefore, that means that a nomination or the abstentions limit does not account towards nominations, in my interpretation of that.
Okay, thank you. So Chair Linsky, you can take a break from watching the video. Candidate Ocasio is confirmed. Thank you for that. Chair Gonzalez, do you have a point? Okay, seeing that there is none, we are now on to the vote for candidate Youngston. Chair Linsky, can you please administer the vote for candidate Youngston?
All of those wishing to vote yes on this candidate's confirmation, please raise your hands now. For candidate Youngston. All right, I'm going to clear all. All those wishing to vote no on candidate Youngston, please raise your hands now. All those wishing to abstain on voting on candidate Youngston, please raise your hands now. Congratulations, candidate Youngston, you have passed confirmation.
Thank you so much, everyone, for bearing with us during this process. Candidate Strong, candidate Ocasio, and candidate Youngston, can you please raise your hands at this time for Chair Linsky to administer the vote? But before that happens, I do want to apologize to the candidate. I'm not going to say your name, I think that would put me out of decorum, but to a candidate for using the wrong pronouns when addressing you in one of my previous comments. But can we all please raise our hands at this time? Virtually, please,
Right.
as well.
Those who are about to take the oath, you may choose to replace the words "so help me God" with "on the pain of impeachment" when taking the oath of office. So please, whenever you're ready, which should be very soon, repeat after me. I. Your name.
Anna Strong.
Brandon Ocasio.
Sam Youngston.
Promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America.
Promise to defend and support the Constitution. Sorry, what did?
You can all say this at the same time.
Okay.
Promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America.
Promise to support and defend the Constitution
of the United States of America.
The state of Florida and Florida State University student body.
The state of Florida, Florida State student body.
And I shall perform my duties to the best of my abilities.
And I shall perform my duties to the best of my abilities.
So help me God, or on pain of impeachment.
So help me God, or on pain of impeachment.
All right, congratulations, you've done the oath.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all of the candidates who were just forwarded. Extremely excited to see what comes in the next school year for those agencies. Now we are on to our last batch of candidates. If y'all could please raise your hands, candidate virtually, please. Candidate Zach Kruger for Veteran Student Union Assistant Director. Candidate Devin Dawson for Transfer Leadership Institute Director. Candidate Corey Adamique for Attorney General. Candidate Emily Bowden for Jewish Student Union Treasurer. Candidate Nicole Alvarado for Hispanic Latinx Student Union Secretary. And candidate Sai Duvalapalli for PAC. And if you are not these candidates, or if you're a previous candidate, you can lower your hands at this time. First off, I want to just apologize for this taking so long. It's 10:41 in the evening, and it's unfortunate for all of us. So to begin, we will go in the order that I just stated, beginning, do you have a point, Senator Lassard? You can go ahead.
I guess as a point of information, can I make a motion here real quick?
What's your motion?
I want to move to suspend the Senate rules so that we can get rid of the bedtime rule of 11 p.m. now instead of having to worry about it later.
Is there a second? Senator Marcus?
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, I don't believe this needs to go to a vote. So Senate rules for our 11 o'clock bedtime are suspended. Hopefully we won't go too much further past that, so I'm going to talk less and do more. So the order that we're going to go in is Zach Kruger, followed by Devin Dawson, followed by Corey Adamik, followed by Emily Bowden, followed by Nicole Alvarado, followed by Sai Duvalapalli. So Zach Kruger, candidate Kruger, for veterans. Do you have another point, Chair Marcus?
I want to move to forward candidate Adam Meek. I believe the nature of that position is different than the rest, and I don't think a debate on that is productive given the rest of the stuff we have to do tonight. So I move to table candidate Adam Meek.
Is there a second? Vice Chair Tackett,
So seconded.
are there any objections? Senator Randall?
I object. I didn't understand the reason why you did that. I'm gonna have to object.
Is there a point, Chair Marcus? No, okay, so there's an objection. So this objection is not debatable, as I understand. So,
You need to ask if the sponsor would withdraw.
yes, I was using my words in a different order.
I'm not withdrawing.
So the sponsor is not withdrawing. This is not debatable. So we will vote on the motion to table candidate Adam Meek for Attorney General. So voting yes will be a vote to table candidate Adam Meek for Attorney General. Voting no will be a vote to not table candidate Adam Meek. So if everyone could lower their hands, I'd be appreciated, senators and non-senators. If you will be voting yes on this motion to, oh, I'm not the pro tempore, excuse me, out of line. Chair Linsky, can you please, force of habit, Chair Linsky, can you please go ahead with the vote?
If you want to be the pro tempore again, you can have it.
Okay, but thank you.
All right. If you'll be voting yes on this motion, please raise your hand now. All right. Going once, going twice. You'll be voting no on this motion to table. Please raise your hands now. Okay. Everything's cleared. If you'll be abstaining on this motion to table, please raise your hands now. All right, this motion to table the candidacy of the candidate for Attorney General does not pass.
All right, considering that motion just failed, can the candidates please raise their hand again? Thank you. And candidate Kruger, you have 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Gotcha. Well, good evening, Senators. My name is Zachary Kruger, and I'm the upcoming junior here at FSU, seeking confirmation as Assistant Director for the VSU. A little background for me, I've grown up in a generationally military family, and growing up hearing my family's stories and experiences allowed me to develop a deep-rooted feeling of support and love for our veterans and those who serve our country. By serving in this position, it allows for me to grow as a leader, but more importantly, give back to the community here at FSU, and specifically our veterans. By working with our VSU exec members, I hope to be a part of the team that continues our strides in making FSU one of the most veteran-friendly campuses here in the nation, allowing them to transition back into civilian life and enjoy their collegiate years here. I thank you all here for your time tonight, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. You yield with 4 minutes and 10 seconds toward your closing, candidate Kruger. Up next, we have candidate Devin Dawson for Transfer Leadership Institute. Candidate Dawson, can you raise your hand, please? Awesome. You may now begin with 5 minutes for your opening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Devin Dawson. I'm a rising senior from Jacksonville, Florida. I am currently a transfer student. I entered Florida State University fall 2009 prior to attending Tallahassee Community College. And a little background about me, When I first got into Florida State, I got introduced to Transfer Student Services, where I worked as a social media manager. And basically what my job was basically being outreach and getting the information and resources to transfer students. And that's kind of where I first got to understand more about the transfer experience and how the transfer population was kind of underrepresented field in the school. Me personally, I came into the school with a decent network and friend group, but I realized that a lot of my peers and transfer peers did not. I realized that a lot of transfer students, they kind of just went to class and went home because they didn't have a friend group or family, or they felt like outsiders because most people coming in through freshman and sophomore year, they got more familiar with the campus and they already had their friend group. So seeing that need, I then helped further develop an RSO called Transfer Student Union, where I currently serve as the president, basically creating a social atmosphere and allowing the resources to be known for transfer students. And now I am currently applying for the director of the Transfer Leadership Institute. I appreciate everybody being here to in your time for tonight. And yes, my name is Devin Dawson.
Thank you, candidate Dawson. You yield to your closing with 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Next, we have candidate Adamique. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, President Hunter, and thank you, senators, for hearing me tonight. I promise to be brief. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Corey Adamique. I am an incoming graduate student in the FSU MAP program, the Masters of Applied American Politics and Policy. I recently just graduated from Florida State, magna cum laude and Phi Beta Kappa in the spring. During 3 years of my undergrad, I was part of student government. I was in the Senate for most of that time. And I was happy to do all of the work that y'all all have done here tonight. I also served as the vice chair and chair of the Finance Committee in the 71st and 72nd Student Senates, respectively. And I'm applying for Attorney General because during my time in Senate, I realized that I really loved working for the student body, and I really loved really getting the chance to talk with people who might not normally be engaged with the Senate or just student government in general, and really introducing them to why it's here and letting them realize that we're here to work for them. And as Attorney General, I want to work for them. I want to work for everyone. I want to work for the executive branch, and I want to work for all of you all, because that is one of the duties, the statutory duties of the Attorney General, is to work with you all to make sure you're doing your absolute best to make sure you can serve the student body as well. And it really heartens me to see so many senators that are keen on staying in line with statutes. That really brings a smile to my face, because it lets me know that there's a lot of people that actually do care about doing the right thing here. And I love seeing that. I'm happy to answer any and all questions. Again, I thank you and I yield my time.
Thank you. You yield with 3 minutes and 7 seconds towards your closing. Candidate Bowden, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Emily Bowden, and I am the candidate for the treasurer position within the Jewish Student Union. I would like to start by thanking you all for taking your time to listen to me today, especially after this long night. A little about me: I am a computational science major about to declare economics as a secondary major, and a triple minor in Spanish, mathematics, and general business. On campus, I am involved in my sorority as our treasurer and dance marathon as a fundraising development coordinator. As a treasurer in my sorority, I have created, overlooked, and organized a $1 million budget. In this, I work with 26 officers and have monitored incoming dues for almost 300 members. In my time as treasurer, I have successfully created an efficient and organized system. I would also like to let you all know that I am financially certified. I am passionate about serving the executive board of the Jewish Student Union to help amplify the voices of our Jewish peers. With the recent rise in anti-Semitism around the country, it is important to me to be in a position to provide educational resources as well as mental health resources to those who are in need. If I am fortunate enough to be confirmed as treasurer for the Jewish Student Union, I not only have goals of creating the ground for an efficiently run position, but allocating funds correctly to help further our goal of Jewish education. Not only do I want to help our Jewish peers thrive here at Florida State University, I look forward to making relations with our 6 other agencies on campus to create a more inclusive and accepting student body. Thank you again, and with that, I yield my time for closing.
Thank you, candidate Bowden. You yield with 3 minutes and 34 seconds towards your closing. Candidate Alvarado. Candidate Alvarado, are you in this call? Okay, seeing that they're not. Candidate Devulapalli, you have 5 minutes for your opening.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sai Devulapalli. I will be a rising freshman, and I'll be majoring in biomedical engineering, and I applied for the PAC committee member for the Student Senate. A little bit about me. I was born and raised in Tallahassee since 2003, because that's when I was born. So I'm really I know a lot about the FSU culture and everything, and I plan to learn more by being part of the SGA Senate. I'm really involved at Dance Marathon, NHS, and all of that when I was in high school, and I hope to pursue and be a part of many other organizations, including hopefully Student Senate of SGA, Dance Marathon, and other organizations. I know it's been a really, really long night for all of us, and thank you for your time and for your patience for listening to me. And I hope to make a positive difference with you all and with the student body and the community surrounding Florida State and Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Devulapalli. You yield with 3 minutes and 56 seconds towards your closing. I'm just going to point Senator Randall.
Yep, I have a point of clarification for everybody. I know we talked about a few PAC candidates in the past couple months. This is for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. All previous PAC candidates have been wiped clean. All previous RTEC candidates have been wiped clean. This will be your first PAC candidate for the 21-22 fiscal year. And his candidacy lasts from now until June of next year.
Thank you, Senator Randall. Seeing that there are no other points, we are now in line for questions for these candidates. Are there any senators wishing to ask any questions? Vice Chair Tackett.
Yeah, my question is for candidate Dawson. So I'm a transfer student from Valencia College, and I personally had issues acclimating to campus life and getting involved on campus. What's something that you will do in the transfer student union? Sorry, my brain's flustered right now. What will you do in your capacity to improve transfer life at FSU?
Thank you for the question. What I plan to do in cases like that would be to bring awareness to the culture of transfer students, but also more specifically, right now there's technically 4 different transfer orgs. There's Pi Theta Kappa, which is a transfer alumni fraternity. There's Transfers Helping Transfers, Transfer Leadership Institute, and Transfer Student Union. But they're all separate entities. So what I plan to do to bring a bigger awareness for transfer students is try to do more collaborations with the organizations so that more transfers can be reached and more people can know about the resources, and also it'll be able to find that group or that community that they can always go to.
Thank you, candidate Dawson. Senator Dion.
This is for the candidate for PAC. I wanted to know if you have started to look over the financial code or made any steps to prepare for a position like this.
Yes. So yesterday, am I allowed to use names? And it's not. I just want to mention that before my interview with Senator Marcus, he sent me. I'm not allowed to
say,
use
if you would have let me finish, you can't mention senators' names.
Okay.
It's against decorum.
Okay.
I'm going to assume that since you're not a student yet, you don't know that, and you haven't had time to review statutes, but another violation of decorum and you're removed from the meeting, per what I said
Yes, ma'am.
earlier. You can just say Senator.
Okay.
That will do.
Okay, so yes, I was provided the information about the financial manual and everything, and I have registered for the Canvas organization to take the certification exam. I need a couple more days to read through it, review it, take a couple more notes, so I'm fully aware of what to expect for this fiscal year, and then I'll make sure to be certified before the school year starts.
Thank you, candidate Devulapalli. Thank you. Senator Chair Marcus.
Yes, my question is for Chair Adamique, and I'm not Chair Adamique, candidate Adamique, and that is, in what ways, like what experience, I know you're a former senator, what experiences do you have within Senate that will help you in this position?
Of course, thank you for the question, Chair Marcus. One of the really benefits I feel like I can bring to this position is the fact that since I have served in the Senate so long, I've been around for so long to where there's a lot of parts of statute that I've seen go into statutes, so I'm familiar with it. But at the same time, while I was on finance, we conducted a review of the finance code, so I've got familiarity with it. Obviously, I haven't memorized it, but and it's always changing, but I am more than comfortable going back and looking back over it every so often just to make sure I have a broad idea of it. I've looked over just different parts of statutes. I've looked over election code. I've looked over the different regulations for the unions, for the bureaus, different regulations for the different branches. And I feel like all of that experience, all of that time in the Senate can really be beneficial for someone, because something that I've really come to realize, I've spoken with the former Attorney General and his predecessor as well. And one of the things I realized was that they sort of had no idea what they were getting into when they had signed up for it. They had no idea what the job would entail. I, on the other hand, feel like I do have a good idea of what I'm getting into. I know the job, I know what it entails, and I know where to go to look for statutes that need to be enforced, for statutes that are in question. And I'm always happy to help anyone with any questions they may have.
Thank you, candidate Adamique. Senator Vice Chair Tackett.
This question is for the candidate for Attorney General. So what does ethics mean to you, and how would you describe your ethical conduct with your previous work in student government?
Of course, ethics is basically your reputation. Ethics is what everyone knows you for. Ethics is behaving the right way even when no one is watching. And I like to think, at least, that I behaved in ethical ways when I was in the Senate. I always was happy to work with whoever, whenever they called, whenever they texted, whenever they emailed. I'm always happy to work with anyone. I realize, in order to be ethical, you have to be mindful of your situation, you have to be mindful of your surroundings, and you have to be mindful of something is sort of that has an impact on you. You have to know that impact, and you have to recognize that maybe you shouldn't, that it's the rule with the abstention, maybe you shouldn't act on it if you think in any way, shape, or form it could benefit yourself. I think ethics are one of the most important things you can have serving in student government in any position, really. And once your ethics are compromised, really, there's no coming back from that. So I always try, whenever I've been in student government, and if I am in the future, I will always try to put ethics first. I will always try to make sure that people know me as a straight shooter. They know what they get with me. And yeah.
Thank you, candidate Adamique. Chair Marcus.
I have two questions. My first question for candidate Adamique is, given that you are, the Attorney General is sort of like a lawyer, since this is simplifying it, but sort of like a lawyer for all of SGA. Have you ever worked with or collaborated with agencies in the past? And what are your, along that lines, have you ever, what is your strategy for listening to communities that you don't necessarily belong to and making sure their voices are heard?
Of course. Well, I think one of the hallmarks of SGA is that I've listened to communities that I don't necessarily belong to. And taken their input and made sure I've tried to amplify their voices as much as possible before. And I have not worked with the bureaus and the agencies as much as probably some other people have in the past. That being said, you know, there's a lot of things that people haven't done before. We've had attorney generals in the past who are just brand new law students, and they also haven't worked with agencies and bureaus before. Of course, if I am confirmed, one of the first things I intend on doing is reaching out to all of the agencies and bureaus, the heads of the boards and the directors, letting them know that I'm here for them and letting them know if they have any questions, they can always come to me. I will always be around to answer those questions.
Okay, and then my second question is, do you have any connections to anyone who was formerly in the position of Attorney General or anyone who interviewed you to this position that may have helped you get the nomination for the position?
Well, I do have connections with the former Attorney General. That being said, he wasn't involved in my nomination at all. He wasn't involved in my forwarding at all. And I do know the people who interviewed me as well, but I like to believe that they are responsible and they are ethical, and they would have only forwarded me if they knew I was the best person for the job. And I like to also believe that I was the best person for the job, and that's why I was forwarded.
Okay, thank you. Attorney General candidate Adamik. Chair Marcus, you have another question.
I do. This one is for the agency candidates. I've asked this to every agency candidate that has come through. I believe it is important given that agencies work together. What is your definition of intersectionality, and what does this word mean to you?
To clarify, we're going to be starting with candidate Kruger.
Gotcha. To me, I believe intersectionality is like a mix of different backgrounds and identities and those experiences just to come together as a whole. And I think like it means to me, especially my position as BSU, we have veterans who come from all sorts of backgrounds, and our average age is like 30. So they all have all those experiences. And so it's basically just showing them they have that safe space and that comfort in whatever they do.
Intersectionality is definitely something that's super interesting. And I definitely believe that intersectionality, you know, obviously it's your different backgrounds and cultures coming together to make you who you are. But what's really interesting is that no two people are alike. So you may share one identity, but you don't share the same experiences and backgrounds and things like that. And it's a really awesome thing to learn and grow from, learning from different people's perspectives and upbringings and all that kind of stuff. And especially, you know, tying into me being Jewish, I've gotten to meet so many different people who are Jewish that, you know, definitely have so many other backgrounds than me. And it's always been awesome to be able to connect on that level of being Jewish and sharing that, but also learning from them what their different cultures and backgrounds and things like that are. So it's definitely something that's really important, and I look forward to working with in Jewish Student Union.
Thank you so much, our agency candidates. Senator Marcus, do you have another question?
I do. This question is for candidate Adamik again, and this is sort of triggered by what we had earlier in this meeting where there were very many questions about statutes, and I have had agency directors reach out to me asking for help interpreting statutes. Could you describe any plans you might have for working to simplify these statutes for people who aren't necessarily in the inner circle of SGA?
Of course, definitely. I think that's a really good point you brought up, and I'm glad you did. One of the statutory sort of, or I can't remember if it's statutory or not, but it was one of the initiatives that's been brought up before is the Attorney General is to work with law students to try to sort of comb over the entirety of statutes, because law students obviously have more of an expertise on what statutes should look like in order to sort of be solid. I'm forgetting the word for it, but one of the things I intend to do is work with students at the law school to hopefully form a committee that will be able to review statutes and recommend changes that then hopefully senators in the Senate can bring forward. And that being said, other than that, I'll always be willing to work with senators. If they have any ideas, they can always ask me as well. Like I said, I'm here for them. I'm here for everyone, really. That's the job of the Attorney General. So if they have any questions about wording or possible legality issues, I'd always be happy to lend a hand.
Thank you, candidate Adamik. You didn't reserve a follow-up, candidate Marcus, so I'm going to move on to Vice Chair Tackett.
This is for the union treasurer candidate. What have you learned during your candidacy for student body treasurer?
I have learned a lot from my candidacy of student body treasurer. Initially, I ran for that position for the student body. I had no student government background. I had no idea what was going on. So there was nothing in me that was doing it for personal gain other than for people I was trying to support. And, that being marginalized communities and those who are underrepresented. I definitely felt underrepresented as being Jewish. I couldn't imagine what other communities were feeling, but also to unify the student body. And I learned so much from talking with so many people and learning from so many people that it's really just helped me grow as a person. Not that I wasn't, listening to other people, but really making sure that, you may think one thing that's going on, but until you sit down with someone and you really dive into it and get there, you don't. And I think one of the most important things I learned was to really just sit there, listen, and make sure everyone's voices can be heard in whatever capacity that can be grasped in.
Thank you, candidate Bowden. Chair Lassard.
This is actually for candidate Bowden. As treasurer, how are you going to do your best to work with other agencies as well to maybe hold collaborative events? Just because, being a Jewish student myself, I'm also queer. And so, I have multiple lapsing identities, and it would be a really great opportunity to work with the lovely new directors of the Pride Student Union to do something on being queer and being Jewish. And how do you think you'll go about working with other agencies?
That's one of the things I'm actually looking forward to most is getting to work with all the other agencies. I think definitely, sitting down with our director, assistant director, and the rest of our team and coming up with ways to, create programming, maybe center different programming around, different national days that might align with one or both of our cultures, backgrounds, et cetera. But, really just making relationships with the different directors. I have friends in almost every single other agency, and I absolutely love whatever agency represents. So I am definitely looking forward to sitting down with directors, assistant directors, entire boards, teams, to come up with different events, different programs to join our agencies together and combine our communities and help unify our student body.
Thank you so much, candidate Bowden. Chair Marcus.
Yes, so I do have one more question for candidate Adamik, and I know that you have been a figure in SGA and in Senate for a really long time, and I know that a lot of senators' first introduction, a lot of the current senators' first introduction to SGA was in a time of crisis last summer, and I know you briefly talked about ethical like codes and morals that you go by, ethical situations, and so I want to ask you, like, I know you voted, how do I put this? I know you voted to keep Jack Denton originally. And I want to ask you, what are the original, what ethical processes went through your mind in that process based on what you said earlier?
Thank you for your question, Chair Marcus. I should make it clear that yes, I did vote to keep Jack Denton. And I'm very happy to explain why I did it, because I have no shame about doing it. The reason I did it was because I was simply worried about the legal ramifications for why it was being done, which I've explained. I met with several senators who were in the Senate at the time. I met with them while the entire situation was happening, and I'm always willing to meet with senators if ever they request it. But I was very worried about the legalities of why it was being done. I was worried about the potential religious freedom ramifications that the university could show. Just in recent years, we've seen other schools across the state of Florida get sued and lose a lot of money for their agencies and for their organizations from their student government budget because they made rash decisions. And I wanted to make sure we were making the most responsible decision we could. And that is why I voted the way that I did that day.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good.
Okay, thank you, candidate Adamik. Let's see. Chair Marcus, sorry.
I do have a follow-up to that. So earlier, we also discussed working with agencies and listening to students. And in that very same meeting, there were like 7 hours of student comments of students who were hurt in that situation. And a good summary of the position of Attorney General, in my opinion, is to prosecute general harm within SGA. And I believe that very moment was the exact instance of that. So my question is could you explain what you would do in a situation where an agency comes to you and is like, this is a horrible thing that has happened, but you don't necessarily personally agree with that, but an agency is asking you for statutory advice about that. How would you respond in a situation like that?
Thank you, Chair Marcus. I want to emphasize again, it's not about my personal opinion of the situation, it's about what the law says. And I believe you're conflagrating the two votes, because the first vote that actually occurred was on a Wednesday night. There was a motion of no confidence. There was no public comment before that because it was brought up without anyone's knowledge that it would be brought up. And that was the one that I voted no on the removal. The second one that occurred that later that week, which there was a lot of public comment for, I did hear everyone's concerns, and I was concerned about the functionality that SGA could, whether or not it could endure with him still in power. Yet I also recognized that there were still issues that had not been resolved yet. There were still legal questions which had not been answered yet. So I abstained from that second vote. I did not vote yes or no because I did not at the time know the possible legal ramifications. I will never make a decision without knowing the possible legal ramifications, no matter what title or position I hold.
Thank you, candidate Adam Mead. Senator Piper Ferguson.
Yes, and I apologize for the cat scratching in the background. I have a question for candidate Bowden. I just want to know what made you interested in applying for your position?
With the recent, well, maybe not so recent anymore, but there was a rise in anti-Semitism last summer, not only on campus, but globally. And we're still seeing a significant rise in anti-Semitism, which is something that I feel very strongly about. When I was applying to college, I did not apply thinking about being Jewish. I just kind of applied and called it a day until I got to the point where my dream school was in the heart of the Bible Belt. And it wasn't something that occurred to me until I heard experiences from my family members and friends that have been in the South and have been totally discriminated against and hate crimes for being Jewish. And it really made me think, like, I need to take this into consideration. No matter how religious I may be, no matter how culturally Jewish I may be, it needs to be taken into consideration. I thought Florida State was a safe place for me as a Jewish woman, and I felt very comfortable coming here. Soon, freshman year, I noticed there were Nazi flags being sold on campus. Immediately felt unsafe as a first semester freshman. Didn't really know how to deal with that. And at the time, it was just thrown off saying it was freedom of speech. And I felt completely unsafe. Later on, there were more anti-Semitic things that occurred. And the more unsafe I felt, the more I was afraid to return to school. And Jewish Student Union reformed. And it was kind of a sense of peace in that I knew there was a community, and that community is 10% of Florida State University. 10% of students at Florida State are Jewish, which is a really large number if you think about it, especially in a Southern school. And I felt very safe knowing that there was a community I could turn to in times where I felt alone, not knowing any other Jewish people. My sorority is based off of Christian value, and there are not a lot of Jewish girls in my sorority, which is not that anything bad has ever happened, but it was hard for me to find Jewish peers and Jewish friends. Knowing that the JSU was reforming was something that was so important to me. And I have connected like I have never before with my Jewish identity since the forming of the Jewish Student Union. And to just be involved in any capacity that I could is the sole reason that I am so passionate about being here. And luckily I was able to use my voice to stand up against anti-Semitism. And I am so happy to be able to be in a position where if people feel afraid to use their voice, I can be that voice for them and be that figure that not many people may feel comfortable with doing, that I have luckily been able to do with a huge support system behind me.
Thank you, candidate Bowden. Senator Edouard.
Okay, this question is for candidate Adamik. So seeing that you voted to keep Jack Denton in office the first time, despite knowing that how he negatively impacted the LGBTQ plus community and Black students during the peak of the Black Lives Matter movement, how do you plan to defend these communities?
Thank you, Senator Edward, for your question. I want to reemphasize that a lot happened that night, and I believe you can talk to anyone who was there that very first night who would tell you nobody really knew a lot of what was happening. And since there was nobody knew what to do, really, nobody knew what to expect. And so for that reason, I played the safe bet. I wanted to make sure that we did not open the university up to any lawsuits which could potentially lose money for the university, for the student government. I wanted to make sure that if we did do something, we did it the proper way. I wanted to make sure that we could try to talk, that we could try to avoid any issues that could come up. And I understand that people were hurt. I hate that people were hurt because I want everyone to feel at home at Florida State. One of the great experiences for me in undergrad was feeling at home at Florida State. And I always want to make sure everyone feels at home at Florida State. That's why I got involved in student government. And these are difficult issues. These are very difficult issues that it's not always going to be a yes or no answer to. These are very difficult issues that I feel like we need to make sure we do them properly. We need to make sure we do them legally. And as I've said before, I will always follow the law, and I will always be cautious of staying within the bounds of the law.
But how do you plan to defend these communities at FSU?
Excuse me, Senator Edouard, you didn't ask for a follow-up, so please refrain from speaking at this time. Senator Randall.
Thank you, Madam. Ooh, am I good?
You're good.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I got a question for candidate Adamik. So my question for you is about representing our different agencies. We've had issues in SGA before, and agencies, bureaus, and potentially branches of SGA. We have had issues in SGA before, where everything from a branch of SGA being fought with by, you're politically motivated students, some of our graduate friends in the law school. We have had issues where some agencies don't feel welcome in certain spaces and think that elected officials may have violated statutes. So I think specifically related to our agencies, for me personally, I'm thinking of big ones like that are important to me, like the Jewish Student Union or Pride Student Union. How would you represent those entities? You can tackle this either from, the specific branches first, because I'd love for you to talk about representing Senate or COGS or exec, and then move on to the agencies.
Of course. So as Attorney General, my job is to represent all the executive branch and to, first of all, try to make sure that they're staying within the bounds of the law, and also to try to be there for them. If a question comes up about the law, or a question comes up if they have a case brought against them that someone thinks they have possibly violated the law, I will always do my best, if I am confirmed as Attorney General, to make sure that the executive branch gets the best representation that it can, whether that be from me, whether that be from a team that I'm planning on building in the Attorney General's office to make sure we have the best people able to represent everyone and get so that they get the representation they deserve. Did that answer your question properly?
Yes. Actually, Pro Tem Hunter, may I ask a follow-up?
Yes, you may ask a follow-up at this time.
Okay. So you mentioned team in that question. We haven't had a Deputy Attorney General or teams of Deputy Attorney Generals in a long time. Do you plan on hiring Deputy Attorney Generals?
Yes, so I actually touched on this in committee the other day. One of my goals as Attorney General is to reform the Office of the Attorney General, and I worked on that when I was in Senate briefly with the establishment of the Office of the Attorney General. And the way I like to see it, that gave it the bones, but there's still a little bit of work that needs to be done. One of the things I do think needs to be done is the office needs to be restructured to allow for a deputy and to allow for people who can focus on specific issues such as elections, such as working with you all in the legislature, such as specific issues that might come up. And that is one of my goals as Attorney General, is to try to make sure that I can create a system in place that will not only benefit me and my service, but it will benefit everyone that comes after me as well.
Thank you, candidate Adamik. Chair Linsky.
Thank you. This is for candidate Adamik. You mentioned a couple of times how lawsuits affect student allocations. Can you explain how that works?
Would you mind some clarification how law students affect?
I'd like to reserve a follow-up or two, if that's okay.
Yes, that's okay.
You mentioned a lot of times when referring to, votes that you've made, like you were afraid the student would get sued and that would negatively affect students. Can you explain how like a lawsuit affects allocations in student government?
Yes, of course. So each lawsuit is different. I try not to paint a blanket here, but one case in particular I'm thinking of is the case of the University of Florida. They were sued, and I believe they were forced to pay $60,000. And because of that, their equivalents of their unions and bureaus had to cut their budgets that year, because I don't know who was in charge of the decision-making process there, but it had to come out of their budgets. And so I wanted to make sure that that wasn't happening here, because that's the last thing we need to happen. So I wanted to make sure that we could do the best we could to find the best way, the best possible ending to the situation.
So what you're saying then is they got sued, and the settlement of the lawsuit, the damages of that lawsuit were paid directly out of student government funds?
Yes, I believe so.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a follow-up question. That's very fascinating.
Thank you.
Actually, I do have a follow-up question.
Right.
You keep talking about being within the bounds of the law and following the law, yet you're not in law school, you're not a lawyer, none of the people who will work for you will be lawyers. How can you hold yourself to that commitment?
Well, I hold myself to that commitment because of the oath I would be taking as Attorney General. We all take an oath whenever we get sworn into a position. And, as Attorney General of the student body, I'm more so focused on student statutes and upholding those laws. And that being said, I am somewhat familiar with those. So I think I have a good position to be enforcing those laws, make sure those are upheld. But we have a basic understanding of state law as well. And yes, I'm not in law school, but that being said, I understand the process. I know plenty of people who are in law school. I've done work before on similar cases that could come before the Supreme Court. I've kept an eye on several cases as they've sort of progressed through the Supreme Court process. And so I have a pretty good idea of the sort of law that we would be upholding.
Thank you, candidate Adamik. Chair Lassard.
I'd like to reserve a follow-up if that's possible.
Absolutely.
All right, so my first question is for candidate Adamik. I don't believe you or at least you didn't, to me, answer a previous senator's question in its entirety. When it comes to marginalized communities, yes, you said you're going to stay within the scope of the law. And I get that, we don't want lawsuits on campus. All it does is bring negative light to the university. And we want to uphold our university in good standing. But when a student is purposefully oppressing marginalized communities, at what point do you think it's okay to be more concerned about a university's image than that particular marginalized community?
Thank you for your question. I understand that you're concerned about that. And I really, like I said before, it was an unfortunate situation. And I always want everyone to feel at home. I always do. I'm always happy to work with anyone. I know that situations arise where sometimes that's not always the case. And I understand that people want to be heard, and they want to make sure that they feel at home, and they want to make sure that they're not being that their rights aren't being trampled upon. That's very important. That's one of the most important things, actually. And so, you know, as Attorney General, there's only so much I can do in terms of working with all the bureaus and the agencies and all that. My job is more insurance than anything else. But that being said, I will always be happy to work with everyone. I will always try to make everyone feel included. I will always try to make everyone feel like they're a part of the FSU family, they're a part of the SGA family, they're a part of whatever family that is particularly that case, because that's the best we can do.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, and I'm going to need another one. I still don't believe you answered my question. At what point do you think it's okay to be more concerned about university image than standing behind a marginalized community? That was my question, and you didn't answer that.
Thank you for that question. I understand the concern of the university image as well, but that the university image was not going through my mind in that night. The thing that was going through my mind was the scope of the law and the possible repercussions of a hasty decision.
Okay, and at what point do you think something like that is more important than a marginalized community? Because you're not answering my question. It's like, at what point are we more concerned with supporting marginalized communities than we are with playing politics?
The point of breaking the law.
How is, we're not breaking the law though? We technically never broke the law. You're not answering my question. That's okay. I'm going to move on. My next question is actually for the transfer director. How do you plan on working with organizations outside of the different transfer organizations? You know, getting transfer students out into other organizations on campus as well.
Excuse me, can you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. Candidate Dawson, how do you plan on working with organizations outside of the Transfer Student Union as well as the other 3 transfer student organizations you mentioned on campus?
Thank you. I plan on doing this by working with liaisons and also the members that come into the program, reaching out to them, and also being open and getting suggestions from multiple groups so that if I see an opportunity in a certain organization or agency, I would present that opportunity to everyone and keep it diverse as opposed to just one specific target audience.
Thank you so much for answering my question.
Thank you. President Harmon.
Thank you, Pro Tempore Hunter. I have a few follow-ups. Is that all right for one candidate?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, candidate Adamik, are you a student?
I am in the process. I am enrolled to be a student, yes, in the fall.
Okay, thank you. How long were you a senator?
I was a senator for 2 years, give or take a few weeks.
All right, thank you. Do you understand statutes and the Constitution as you have learned it in the past 2 years?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, thank you. That's enough for me to vote yes for you.
Thank you, President Harmon. Candidate Edouard. Oh, excuse me, Senator Edouard.
It's okay. So I'm gonna do a follow-up too with this one. So can you, this one is for candidate Adamik. Can you tell me a time that you have directly supported the Black community as well as the LGBTQ+ community?
A time specifically?
Yeah, time specifically.
Well, I've always supported the Black community and the LGBT community. I can't name a specific time because I don't have one off the top of my head because I try not to keep track when I am representing them. I try to make sure that I'm representing them by making sure everyone is as included as possible.
Okay, how do you help them? Give
I beg
me
your
an
pardon?
example of a time. I'm asking for an example of a time. You're saying you do it, so much, which I do believe, but give me an example.
Of course. So you mentioned, I believe it was you that mentioned the last summer during the height of the Black Lives Matter movement. And I fully understand really the gravity of the situation that was going on there and the pain, the actual pain that people were feeling. And I emphasize with that incredibly. I understand the importance for real change to happen to make sure that people are feeling part of the community, just in general, not even just FSU, just in general as a whole. So I 100% supported the people who were protesting peacefully, who were asking for real substantive change so that we could live the dream of Martin Luther King, so that we could live the dream of everyone being equal. And I don't have a specific instance where I donated money, but I don't believe that's a qualification for holding this office.
No, donating money is not just the only way that you could help, but I was asking you for a time.
Did someone mute Senator Edwall? I didn't.
Can I speak?
If you're going to ask a question, that's what you're asking a follow-up. So go ahead and ask your follow-up, but don't just speak.
Okay. Again, I just want to know a time, not if you support or not, a time that you did support, because you're saying you support a lot. So give me an instance.
With all due respect, Senator, no other candidates that have been forwarded tonight or have been questioned have been asked to give a time when they supported the Black community. And I understand your importance. And like I say, I always try to represent them as much as possible. I always try to make everyone feel as included as possible because that's the best we can. But I just don't feel like that's a qualification for the job.
Okay, let's ask all the candidates.
Excuse me, Senator Edouard, you asked for a follow-up. So unfortunately, you have had your follow-up. So you can keep your hand raised and I can come back to you if you have remaining questions, but we're going to move on. Senator Flashman.
This is a question I have for candidate Adamique. If the vote on the removal of President Denton were to take place today, how would you have voted if knowing that what you know now?
I would abstain just like I did the second time.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Chair Marcus.
Yes, this is a question totally on a different realm of thing. You previously mentioned you have worked on Supreme Court cases within our SGA. Could you tell us about those cases?
Of course. Yeah, so I was actually party to a case that came before the Supreme Court in the spring. I believe it was Supervisor of Elections v. Progress, I believe. And I was privy, I came on as a part of that because at the time I was serving as general counsel for a party, which I no longer serve in that position. And so in that role, I was tasked with making sure that I represented my client at the party as best as I could. And so I was familiar, I was there for the writing of the briefs. I was there for all of the oral argument. And I was there for when the opinion was released as well.
Thank you, candidate Adamique. Senator Pifer Ferguson, Vice Chair Pifer Ferguson.
Yes, I'm gonna go off. I want to ask a different candidate question really quick. Candidate Kruger, I know that a huge deal with working with an agency is like also working with other agencies. I'd love to hear if you have any plans of like trying to make sure that you're reaching out to all of our other agencies, no matter what the identity is.
Yes, that's a great question. Something I wanted to do going into this semester is like a mental health program, specifically in the VSU, like raise awareness for it. And one of the goals we had was reaching out to every agency and like doing like collaborations, just like work as one. Because I think mental health is an issue that should be like fully aware to everybody, not just one specific community.
Thank you, candidate Kruger. Senator Randall.
Thank you, Pro Temp Hunter. So the This question is for the candidate for Attorney General. So my question is specifically about abstentions. Abstentions typically happen because there's some sort of ethical thing that precludes you from voting for something. My question is, why did you abstain as opposed to voting no?
I abstained because there was a moral dilemma in my instance. There was a dilemma of, yes, I understand that his remaining in power could have serious repercussions as to the functionality of student government, but at the same time, I couldn't rectify that with the potential legal issues of removing him because of his religious belief. So given that those two were butting heads, I could not, in good conscience, pick one over the other, so I abstained.
All right. Senator Edouard.
Okay, I have a question for candidate Dawson, and then I have a question for all the candidates.
That is perfectly fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so the question that I have for candidate Dawson is, what plans do you have for community colleges, and can you elaborate on it for me, please? Like, what plans do you have to work with community colleges?
Yes, thank you. I plan to be a part of help creating a better bond between not only community colleges in Florida, but just major ones around the area. Like I said before, I went to Tallahassee Community College, and they had a program called TCC to FSU. So it was supposed to make the transition more easier from TCC to FSU, but there's definitely more room for improvement. And I feel like being able to step in or be able to just go to community colleges or reach out and let the upcoming transfer students be aware of like what they should be doing or the first steps that they should do when they get into Florida State, I feel like will be beneficial for the students.
Thank you. Senator Edouard, you can continue with your follow-up.
Yes, so my follow-up is for everyone. Can you guys tell me, can you all tell me about a time that you guys have helped any marginalized communities?
Thank you. The order, again, since we haven't had one in a while, that is all of the candidates. Candidate Kruger, you're up first.
Yeah, I don't really have a specific time in my head. It's like 11:40 at night. My brain's kind of turned off at this point. But I do know in my position at VSU, I'm helping veterans from every marginalized community. And I said before, my program for mental health in the future, that should, in the future, I know 100% I can give you time then for an impact. Right now, I can't.
Thank you. Next candidate is candidate Dawson.
Pardon me, this is for my closing statement?
No, this is addressing Senator Edouard's question. Senator Edouard, can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, can you tell us about a time that you have helped the marginalized community?
Yes, so I believe it was spring 2020. I created a podcast called Transfer Talk. And basically what that was it was an outlet for students, not just specifically transfer students, but students around the area, student leaders. It was a platform for them to tell their stories and kind of like discuss issues and kind of like pros and cons and some of the obstacles that they face so that other students could hear and benefit from them. So that would be mine.
Thank you, candidate Dawson. Candidate Adamique.
Thank you for your question, Senator. I'm actually very proud of the fact that while I was in the Senate, I did try to do my best to fight for the Jewish community. I was the sponsor of Resolution 59 in the 72nd Senate, which encouraged the Florida State University Student Senate to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. That was a time, obviously, that we can all remember and that we've heard before tonight, that Jewish members of our community were not feeling very welcome, and I could feel their pain. You know, they came to Senate meeting after Senate meeting after Senate meeting. They made their voices heard. They tried to emphasize that they were hurting. They tried to emphasize that they didn't feel welcome. And so I was proud to be one of the primary sponsors on that resolution and sort of lead that fight, or help lead that fight for the adoption of that resolution and that definition, which did pass. And I feel like we really made a big difference here at Florida State University and in the Student Senate with the passage of that resolution.
Thank you, candidate Adami. Candidate Bowden.
I would like to think during my candidacy for student body treasurer, I tried to do my part in helping underrepresented and marginalized communities here on campus, you know, just specifically honing in on FSU. I know, being Jewish, there are a lot of times where I, you know, take the opportunity to do things, do programs, sit down, learn, all that kind of stuff. I really take the time to educate myself on a lot of different issues and use my social media platform as a way to spread different information, and helping use my voice to do that and amplify other people. So I do actively every day try to, in whatever community may need their voices to be lifted, actively try and help them.
Thank you, candidate Bowden. And finally, candidate Devulapalli.
So in high school, there's several things I've done for the marginalized community. 2 years ago, I want to say 2 years ago, I believe it's 2019. I'm pretty sure I got this date right. Our school, Florida State University Schools, the FSU Lab School, we hosted a Black History Month event honoring the first two Black students who integrated Florida State University Schools in 1964. I don't remember their names off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure one of them was Keith Nayland and the other was Mr. Rainey Jr. I was involved in helping funding that through our school student council, and as well as collaborating with the person in charge, which was Asia Alexander, who started Building Incredible Generations, as well as speaking with Bill Proctor, and making this event possible. I also partnered with the Gender Sexuality Alliance at our school to promote the LGBTQ plus community and helping them, you know, emphasize their personalities and what they believe and why they're part of this community. We had, during the middle of the school day, we had a little fair which promoted each club and organization. So we had the Asian American organization, we had Gender Sexuality Alliance, we had Building Incredible Generations, and plenty more, as well as National Honor Society and Student Council to help promote them, and I help organize that. We also do that through our school carnivals. So all of our club organizations raise money through our annual spring and fall carnival to not only talk about the organization, but to give some fun to the elementary kids, because we were a K-12 school, so we would sell cotton candy and all of that. So I had a really fun time. I wasn't necessarily involved in all the movements that are going on, but I tried my best to be able to be involved in every single club and organization involved in each community as much as I can.
Thank you. Chair Linsky.
All right, this is for the candidate for Attorney General. Earlier, I asked you a series of questions. I'd like to reserve a follow-up or two, if that's possible.
Absolutely.
And you landed on, you know, damages come out of, you know, student government allocations. Would you stake your candidacy on that question, on that response?
I would stake my candidacy on the fact that that's my understanding of it.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to lay something out for you. They settled the Denton case for $11,000 plus attorney's costs and fees, right? Why didn't that come out of student government allocations?
Chair Lindsay, I don't have an answer for you on that. It could be up to the school's discretion to decide where the money comes from. I don't really know. I just understand that before this happened, obviously, the only case I had on my mind that I could go to was the University of Florida case, in which there was proof that that came from the budgets, because there were unions, there were bureaus in the student government at the University of Florida, which announced that they could not host events because they did not have the money, because the money had been used elsewhere.
Okay, now revisiting this, are there other ways that you think are possible and or used, I want to say 100% of the time more often, than taking money and damages directly from activity and services fee allocations? Does that strike you as something that's probably true?
I could say it could be true, yes.
Okay. So if you were to go and earlier during this confirmation, you said you had the exact same rationales for voting the way that you did, but now knowing that, well, we've seen it all happen. There was a lawsuit, it was settled, and it didn't actually touch the student government allocation fees in any way whatsoever. Would that at all change your vote from abstention to something else?
No, because it still did cost the school money.
Okay, so the $11,000 plus attorney's fees, that weighs heavier than anything else.
I should mention that it was actually closer to $100,000 with attorney's fees, but that does.
What if it was $1? If it was
weigh.
$1, would that weigh heavy on you?
Senator, it wasn't $1, but the fact is that obviously they must have violated some aspect of the law because there was a settlement.
No, the settlement, in my understanding, was to prevent it from being a public relations nightmare. $11,000 is not very much.
Let's keep this to questions only, Chair Linsky, for this following part. But I believe you're done now. Yes, with your follow-up questions. So I'm so sorry, Senator Lassard. Your finger was blending into your background, so I did not see your point. I can't imagine how long you've had your hand up. So go ahead with your point.
That's okay. It's a point of information about candidate Adamique. When would his term, for lack of a better word coming to my head, officially start?
From my best understanding, and feel free to correct me if I'm incorrect, once he's confirmed this evening, as he's noted that he's not a student and not taking classes at the moment, because he's in the process, I think, of graduate school. When he is a student at FSU again, then he will be beginning to serve as Attorney General. But if I'm incorrect, someone please correct me at this time. Okay, I think I've gotten this one right. Point, Chair Lassard.
So, sorry, just a follow-up. I figured I'd have to repoint that. So as a point of information, he wouldn't be acting Attorney General then until the start of the fall semester and thus the start of classes on August 23rd. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, from what I understand, and I will ask this question to candidate Adamique, you are not enrolled in school, are you?
Correct. I'm not enrolled at the moment. I have an intention to enroll. I've submitted everything to say I will be enrolled, but I am not enrolled.
Okay, 1 second, just to double check.
If I could do a real quick point of clarification, I guess.
Go ahead, President Harmon.
So we have already confirmed people that are not currently enrolled yet. There are certain secretaries that aren't working yet. However, they have been confirmed and will become secretaries in the fall because they are currently not enrolled in summer. So yes, he will start and he can do his Attorney General duties as soon as he is confirmed. Whatever the president wants him to do.
Thank you, President Harmon. Point, Chair Marcus.
However, like another point of clarification. However, this is different in my opinion, because this is someone who has graduated, not someone who is just not taking a summer class, right? So I guess point of information to candidate Adamique. What is this There is a clear difference between enrollment and accepted. What is your status right now?
You can go ahead, candidate Adamy. Sorry, you can go ahead.
Thank you. And I can answer the question, but I also have a little bit more
Please,
information.
let's stick to answering questions. We're quite far along in the night and not a lot has been accomplished.
Let me rephrase the question. Are you enrolled or accepted?
I'm accepted.
Okay.
Thank you. Point, Senator Randall.
Are you enrolled in fall classes? Not summer classes. I don't care like about summer. Are you enrolled in fall 2021 classes?
The orientation for the program I'm in is not until August, and I cannot enroll in classes until August, but I am registered for orientation.
Thank you. Seeing that there are no more points, as I understand, let's go to Vice Chair Bowling.
Thank you. Just a direct question to candidate Adamique. Are you a student at FSU or are you not a student at FSU? I'm confused on that.
You can go ahead.
I am, to my understanding, an incoming student at FSU.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Go ahead, Vice Chair Bowling.
That didn't really answer my question. Are you a student right now or are you not a student at FSU?
I do not think I'm a student at FSU right now.
To clarify, I just want to, I believe the program that you're in is MAAP, right?
Yes.
That has not allowed, I guess, incoming students, to use y'all's words, to enroll until August. So from the best that I can tell, this candidate has every intention of being a student when their enrollment begins in August. But Parliamentarian Rowan, I see you have a point.
Yeah, just a quick thing. Because I was looking at statutes real quick. The only thing where I see that, like, in statutes where there's where it's addressed of like when somebody goes from being an undergraduate student at the university to being a graduate student at the university is in this is Bill 90 of the 72nd Senate, changing Chapter 404. This only applies to senators, and it's about when if a senator graduates from their undergrad, but they are going to graduate school at FSU in the same college, they're allowed to retain their seat and take a leave of absence. I know Dr. Williams is looking into this. I don't know of any precedent involving this, but in my current looking at this, the legislative intent behind it would kind of say that it's legislated for the Senate, but not legislated for anywhere else. And that would be, I feel like that would be partially intentional. I think, yeah, I'm not completely sure.
Thank you. From my understanding, since candidate Adamique is in a program that will not allow him to enroll in classes until August, and that is the current situation that he is in. If by any chance he is not enrolled in classes come August, then he would not be able to serve. However, it's not our responsibility to act as though magically he wouldn't be enrolled in classes since he is in this program. So take that how you will, but come fall, if something comes and he's not enrolled as a student here at FSU, that is a fall issue, not a problem for us at this current moment. Point, Chair Lassard.
Can I make a motion at this time?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to move to table candidate Adamique, just because it's just getting to be a massive headache, and since he isn't I'm going to use the word perspective just because he's not officially enrolled in fall classes. He's not an official student, and it's becoming a headache, and we have a lot of business to get to tonight. It's 5 minutes to midnight. I just want to table him.
Is there a second? Chair Marcus. Right. Is there a second? Hands are dropping. Senator Edouard.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Barker.
I object.
Senator Lassard, do you withdraw your motion?
Absolutely not.
All right, so we're now going to vote. A vote. So Chair Linsky is going to administer the vote. If you are voting yes, you are voting on the yes on the original motion, which is to table candidate Adam Meek. If you're voting no, you're voting to not table candidate Adam Meek. Everyone, please lower your hands at this time. I just do want to remind everyone we are very close to midnight Eastern time and we have not touched our bills or resolutions. But with that being said, Chair Linsky.
Those wishing to vote yes on this motion, please raise your hands at this time. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I'm gonna put those hands down. Those wishing to vote no on this motion, please raise your hands now.
To clarify, no is to not table candidate Adam Meek.
All right. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right, those wishing to abstain from this vote, please raise your hands. All right, I believe that was a tie. I'm going to administer this vote one more time.
My goodness, all right.
Just to make
Yes.
sure.
Go ahead. Yes is voting yes on the motion to table candidate Adam Meek. So these right now are yes votes to table candidate Adam Meek.
All right. Those wishing to table the candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All right. Those wishing to vote no on the motion to table, please raise your hands at this time. Thank you. Those wishing to abstain from this motion, this vote, please raise your hands at this time. All right, this motion does not pass. The candidate is not tabled.
All right, so we're still in our period of questioning. Chair Marcus.
I move to forward the 4 candidates except for Adam Meek individually so that they can leave this meeting.
Is there a second? Senator Randall.
So seconded, Madam Pro Tempore.
Thank you. Are there any objections? Senate President Harmon.
I object.
All right, do you withdraw your motion? I forget who, I think it's Chair
No.
Marcus. All right, we'll now vote on this original motion. So the vote on the motion yes is to forward candidates Dawson, Kruger, Bowden, and Devupali. To vote no is to not only forward candidates Kruger, Dawson, Bowden, and Devupali. So if you'll be voting yes, please raise your hand to forwarding our 4 candidates. Or 4 of our candidates, excuse my language. Also, Chair Linsky, I realize that I'm kind of doing my pro temp role. I'm going to be quiet now and you can go ahead with the vote.
Oh boy, here we go. Sorry, just give me one more minute here.
Yes, please keep your hands raised.
Keep your hands raised. These are the yeses. All right, thank you. Those wishing to vote no, please raise your hands. Going once, going twice. Those wishing to abstain, please raise your hands. All right. This motion does pass.
Thank you. So the motion passes to forward candidates Kruger, Adamy, oh, excuse me, Kruger, Dawson, Bowden, and Devupali individually. So candidate Kruger, You have 4 minutes and 10 seconds for your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Gotcha. I'm just gonna do this short. Thank you guys all for your time tonight. I know it's been a long night for all of us, but just best of luck to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Kruger. We are now in line to vote on the forwarding of candidate Kruger. Chair Linsky, can you please administer the vote?
I sure can. Those wishing to vote yes on confirming this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. Going once, going twice, I'm about to clear the field. Those wishing to vote no on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. Those wishing to abstain from voting on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All right, the vote is in. It is unanimous. Congratulations, you are confirmed.
Congratulations, candidate Kruger. Please stay on the call until we finish the confirmation of all 4 of these candidates who are forwarded so you can get your oath of office. Next, candidate Dawson, you have 2 minutes and 59 seconds towards your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I just want to say again, thank you all for presenting me with your time. Like I stated before, with the position of director for Transfer Leadership Institute, I hope to present as many opportunities for transfer students as I can for them to grow their network and also gain knowledge and skills so they can be able to create their legacy on state campus. That would be the end.
Thank you, candidate Dawson. We are now in line to vote on the forwarding or the confirmation, excuse me, of candidate Devin Dawson for Transfer Leadership Institute Director. Chair Linsky, can you please administer the vote?
I sure can. Will everybody who wants to vote in favor of confirming this candidate, please raise your hands. Going once, going twice. This is for in favor. Will all those voting no on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. Will all those who are abstaining on voting on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. With that, this candidate is passed. Congratulations and confirmed.
Thank you. Congratulations, candidate Dawson. Again, please stay on this call until we are done with all the candidates for your oath. Next, we have candidate Bowden. Candidate Bowden, you have 3 minutes and 34 seconds for your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you all again for taking the time to learn more about me. Our student government is a great place to help make a difference within the lives of each and every student. It is amazing to see how people can come together and make a difference in our Florida State community. I am thrilled to be here with the ability to represent the Jewish community on campus and look forward to what the future might bring. Thank you for your time and have a great night. With that, I yield.
Thank you, candidate Bowden. Chair Linsky, will you administer the vote for candidate Bowden as the Jewish Student Union Treasurer, please?
All those wishing to vote in favor of candidate Bowden's confirmation, please raise your hands at this time. Again, this is voting in favor. Going once, going twice. Gonna put all your hands down. Those wishing to vote against the confirmation of this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. Those wishing to abstain on this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. I'm sorry, was that a vote against or an abstain vote? I'm going to say it again.
Abstain.
Voting against, raise your hands. For abstentions, raise your hands. Gotcha. Thank you. This candidate does pass. Congratulations. You are confirmed.
Congratulations, candidate Bowden. We are now on to our final candidate for this section of our forwarding, which is candidate Devulapalli. Candidate, you have 3 minutes and 56 seconds towards your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Well, now it's morning, really early morning for all of us. Thank you all for the time and patience for listening to me and the rest of your colleagues. I look forward to hopefully being a member of student government at FSU and make a positive difference on campus. And thank you for your time. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Devulapalli. Chair Linsky, can you please administer the vote for candidate Sai Devulapalli for PAC?
Happy to. Will those who are voting in favor of confirming this candidate, please raise your hands at this time. All right, I'm about to put everyone's hands down. Last call to vote yes. Those who are planning to vote no on this candidate, who are voting no, please raise your hands at this time. And those who are abstaining from this vote, please raise your hands at this time. With that, this candidate passes and is confirmed. Congratulations.
Congratulations, candidates. Thank you for bearing with us this evening. Please raise your hands on the Zoom call, virtually, please, and we'll get to administering the oath of office. That's candidates Kruger, Dawson, Bowden, and Devulapalli, please.
Okay.
And then you're going to unmute yourself and raise your right hand, and Chair Linsky will administer the oath of office that you'll do out loud, unmuted.
Yes. You can repeat after me, and everyone can do this all at one time. The only note that I have is you can replace the words "so help me God" with "on pain of impeachment" when taking this oath. So after me, I, your name,
Devin Dawson,
promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America.
Promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America.
Promise to support and defend the United States Constitution of America.
The state of Florida.
The state of Florida.
And the Florida State University student body.
And the Florida State University student body.
And I shall perform my duties to the best of my ability, so help me God, or on pain of impeachment.
And I shall perform to the best of my ability, so help me God.
And I shall perform to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations, you're all confirmed. That part always throws everyone for a doozy a little bit, but y'all did fantastic. You can leave this meeting, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors. All right, so before we continue, as it is 12:10 Eastern time, I will entertain a motion for us to recess for a little bit for everyone to get their bearings back together and straight. I understand if you guys don't want to, but after this recess also, I'll be back as pro tempore and President Harmon will be back as President Harmon. But if you don't want to make the motion, that's up to y'all, but I will entertain one at this time. Chair Marcus.
I have a different motion.
All right. All right, if there's no motion, that is fine. I am going to relinquish presiding as chair back to President Harmon. You guys did not make this easy whatsoever, but I totally understand why. And I'm grateful for all the work that you did during that time. So thank you. I'm back to pro tempore and President Harmon. Gladly take your seat back.
All right, thank you so much for filling in. It's been a long day today. All right, and I'm sure you all have had a long night. All right, we'll get on with it. Senator Marcus, is there a motion?
I move to enter 3 rounds of pro-con debate on candidate Adamique.
No, we're just going to do pro-con. We're not going to do a limit.
Then I move to enter pro-con.
All right. Is there a second? Senator Randall.
So seconded, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we'll now go into pro-con. 2 minutes of pro and con. Yes, all right. We have 2 minutes in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Starting with Senator Kowalski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, I support former Senator Adam Meek for the position of Attorney General. I think he's shown throughout the questions that we've asked him his composure. I think he's shown his experience. I think he's shown, he's actually told us what he wants to do in the position as Attorney General. I wanted to ask more questions about, what he wants to do in the future as Attorney General, because I think a lot of the questions were focused on the past. And so I would have liked to hear more about what his specific goals are as Attorney General, if hopefully he is confirmed. But I think he has shown through his experience as being a senator, through his experience dealing with the Supreme Court, dealing with student unions, dealing with the political process on campus, and understanding the workings of the Constitution, contributing himself in part to a lot of the things that he was even talking about as a senator with these types of legislation. I think he's shown that he's fit for this job. The executive branch clearly shows, he was not the only candidate for this position, but I think he is the best candidate for this position. That's why he's here today. I do think a lot of the questions he was asked were, very repetitive. I also think that after dealing with hours on the entire HLSU debacle, which didn't even really end in a good solution, I think it's unfair for that to last for hours, but then to say, oh, well, we're on this candidate now and it's taking a little bit too long, let's just table him. I think that this candidate deserves fairness in this process. And I think we all need to take a look at the questions he's been asked, the answers that he's given, the circumstances of this, and realize that this candidate deserves the same respect as all the others. Again, based on everything I've heard this candidate say, based on his experience, I'm certainly voting yes, and I hope you all do too. Thank you, and I yield my time.
All right. Senator yields 2 seconds in the first round of pro. Are there any? Senator Barker, you'll have 2 seconds.
Well, he is the most genuine. I don't know if there's, yeah. Okay, we'll go next.
For your pro, we'll now move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak at this time? Senator Piper Ferguson.
Yes, I just want to say first and foremost, what's shown through for me was the ineptness to answer certain questions about identity-based actions that have been taken. At the heart of being fit for any position here in student government at Florida State, it's the ability to create a safe campus. After going through multiple rhetorical situations with the candidate, it was shown through very obviously that certain identities were not as prioritized as others until given the opportunity to sit back and almost be vetted in an opportunity to answer the questions. So whenever you're looking at this, whenever you're voting, I want you to take into account that you are voting for our student body. We were all elected to represent them and create a safe campus for them. And now we are helping to forward a candidate that isn't really doing that and has shown through his answers that he was not able to do that. So I want to keep that in all of your minds while you vote.
Senator, you have 1 minute and 12 seconds. Pro Tempore Hunter.
Yes, I'm going to keep mine short and simple. I will be voting no on this candidate because I do not believe that they uphold the mission of SGA, nor do I believe what they've said today helps uphold the mission of SGA. And I'm in good confidence in my college and the people I represent cannot vote yes on this candidate. That's all.
All right, candidate yields 56 seconds to the first round of con. Senator Bowling.
Thank you so much. As I asked the candidate right now is currently not a student. That is a gray area, and that is definitely concerning. But also, I've talked to my constituents exhaustively about the Jack Denton incident, and I don't believe it's within their best interest for me to vote for this candidate, considering his stance of the Jack Denton incident. Therefore, I will have to side with my constituents and vote no.
Candidate yields 30 seconds to the first round of con. Senator Edward.
Yeah, I will also be voting no. I think it's pretty simple. Anyone who thinks that 60,000 or 200,000 is worth disrespecting the Black community or the LGBTQ plus community or any community, period, they don't deserve to be in SGA, and they don't deserve to represent no communities at all, especially when you're not a student. So thank you.
13 seconds in the first round of con. Are there any other senators wishing to speak at this time? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Randall.
Mr. President, I move to call a question. I move to for the candidate individually. Sorry.
What are you saying sorry for?
I said call the question instead of for the
Oh.
candidate.
Okay, yeah, you're good. Is there a second? Senator Barker.
No, I will have a different motion.
All right. Is there a second to that motion? Senator Edward. All right, seeing no second. I'm a little confused as to what.
Oh, I thought you were trying to ask if I wanted to second it. I said I'm not seconding it.
Okay, all right. Are there any seconds for this motion? There's no seconds. We have 13 seconds in the first round of con. Senator Marcus.
I don't want this to count, so I just want to waive the remaining time in this round because I need to say more than this. 13 seconds.
Thank you. All right. Is there a second to waiving the remainder of the time in the first round of con? Senator Roy.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move into the second round of pro. 2 minutes. Senator Barker.
So I think something that's important to note is that no one in cons ever questioned his skills or qualifications for the position. And so I think that's obviously something that we know is candidate Adamick has the qualifications for this position and is very prepared for tonight's meeting. And so I would like to say I've had the pleasure of working with him in the past, and I don't think I've ever met someone that is a more welcoming individual than he is. And I know that the Jack Denton case was a very hard time for everyone, and I think that people are mistaking what he took as, abstaining from voting as something targeting at individuals, but instead, in his mind, he was scared he was going to take away funding from those individuals. And I think that's a very tough thing to account for. But as an incoming freshman, when I came to FSU, I can proudly say that he was the first individual on campus to make me feel accepted, not only as just a student, but as a woman, as a minority, as I'm mixed ethnicity. He is the first person that made me feel like I belonged here on campus. And I have seen him do it again and again to every student he comes into contact with. And that is something so special and so important to uphold on our campus. I waive the reminder.
All right. Senator yields 53 seconds to the first round of pro. Senator Randall, this will be your second time, I believe.
This is my first time. I did a motion previously, Mr. President.
Oh, okay. All right. Long night. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. So I think we should forward this candidate because they answered the questions well. And that's usually what I judge it on. I look at the IA questions. I look at questions here. I also do look at the candidate's voting record, especially because they were a senator. I believe related to the ethical dilemmas that existed. There was a real legal ethical dilemma. My own personal opinions on this dilemma aside, I can understand that people may feel compelled to abstain rather than no. It makes me feel slightly better, in my opinion, that this person abstained. If they had voted no, I think I'd also be in the con side. In my opinion, but they answered the questions well, and I know that they can do the job. They have a history of doing the job well in terms of actually writing the statutes. I know they'd be a good job in enforcing the statutes.
All right, the second round of pro has been expired. We are now in the second round of con, starting with Senator Linsky.
All right, yeah, I'm still on the fence, but I'm going to vote no. Because he's technically not a student right now. And this guy strikes me as a textualist, like as far as statutory interpretation goes. I almost want to put it to him and say, as a textualist, how would you read that provision? And I think his answer would be, I have to read it very narrowly. I'm not a student. I can't be the attorney general. And if that's the case, it's going to really jive with any other further opinions he has about textualism in our student body statutes. That's one. Two is, I do question the qualifications because none of us here are lawyers, even law students. And the confidence with which some of the questions were answered were actually really concerning to me. Knowing that the answer to that question was incorrect. The damages don't come from A&S fees. There's a statute in Florida statutes that controls activities and services fees that makes it at the discretion of the Student Government Association. Moreover, like, we don't need a general counsel for the university. We employ many lawyers whose job is to do this. The person who does the attorney general job is not looking to represent the actual university. They're looking to represent the student body. And that seems to have gotten lost in communication on what this position does. So for those reasons, tonight I will be voting no. I would probably vote yes on this candidate at a later time when they are a student.
Candidate yields 29 seconds to the second round of con. Senator Marcus.
Okay, so I want to start by saying this is not for me about political affiliation, whether it be Democrat, Republican, other political parties on campus. This is not about that. The core issue here for me is that I do not think he can adequately represent and support our agencies. And I have students who have voiced concerns to me directly about this, saying, quote, he supported someone who made me cry. That speaks volumes to me. And I do have more to say, but I know I'm running out of time. So I will yield to Senator Tackett.
Senator yields no time to the second round of con, so we'll move into the third round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak at this time? Senator Kowalski, this will be your second time. You're the one that spoke in the first round pro. All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I think what we've seen here, as I said earlier, I think every candidate deserves the same amount of respect. I think what comes with that is that we need to look in totality what has been said during this hearing, right? I think we need to look at the questions that were asked, the answers that were given, the types of questions that were asked. I think a lot of the conclusions that a lot of my colleagues here are drawing are a hyper conflation of one specific instance, which I'd say 90% of the questions he was asked revolved around. I mean, I don't think that's a fair way to judge a candidate. I don't think that's a fair way to vote. I think that we need to look at the questions that were asked. We need to look at the answers he was given. He's clearly prepared for this position. He has the experience. He has the knowledge. He has plans for what he wants to do in the future. Like I said before, frankly, I wish more questions had been asked about what his plans are for the position. Because, I like to know about the past. And I know all about the Jack Denton incident, right? We don't need to ask the same questions over and over again, though. I want to know what his plans are in office. I'm not going to vote for someone who doesn't have any plans, right? And I think we need to look at these questions. We need to look at where we're drawing our conclusions from. If we're drawing our conclusions from one specific instance where, we're taking into consideration probably the most sensitive issue that SGA has dealt with in the past, who knows how many years, I don't think that's a fair way to draw conclusions about a candidate. Right? I don't think that's the case. I think this is a qualified candidate, and I'm voting yes. And I yield my time.
Senator yields 24 seconds to the third round of pro. Senator Randall, you have a point.
This is a point of information for the presiding officer. I know you were watching some of the hearings. I don't know if you want to direct this point of information to the actual candidate, but my question is, will this candidate be a student as of fall 2021? That's my candidate for the presiding officer. Question for the presiding officer.
Because he is in the same program that I will be going into this fall. So if you all want to call me not a student for next August, fine, but I will be a student. MAP has not allowed us to choose classes. So for the time being, I guess he technically is not enrolled, but he will be an FSU student. He has accepted it, he has said that, and he will be a student. Unless he somehow denies it in the next month, but that would mean he would resign his position. 24 seconds in the third round of pro. All right, seeing none, we'll move into the third round of con with 2 minutes. Senator Tackett.
Yeah, so speaking on this candidate's qualifications, they seem to lack some knowledge on the allocation of A&S fees. Florida State Statute 1009.24 Section 10 subsection B talks about the allocation of A&S fees, and they're at the sole discretion of the student body to allocate. They seem to talk about an allocation for a lawsuit. I sat over the budget committee and I do not remember allocating any money towards a lawsuit, nor taking it away from any organization to fund a lawsuit. So therefore, this lack of knowledge over the allocation of A&S fees scares me, and I'll be voting no.
Candidate yields 1 minute and 25 seconds to the third round of con. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? Senator Marcus.
Yeah, so I did say there was more I wanted to say, and if you want to hear about more instances, I have some. So I think this candidate has played into favoritism a lot during his time in the Senate floor, and I have seen this multiple times, whether it be in my own time in the Senate or as someone going through the PAC RTAC funding process and sitting through those types of meetings. I can recall a specific instance where FSU GOP was favored, and this has nothing to do with politics once again, but they were favored in regards to funding, and someone was mad someone didn't get funded, and I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I've witnessed that with my own eyes. Also, I do believe that his relationships with other people who have been in this position, people and his pre-existing relationships with this administration, I think that has helped him get this position. And I want to point out that there was another candidate for this position. And I'm very confused as to how someone who is not enrolled in classes at the current moment with a record got forwarded with a record that like discriminates against minority students. How did he get forwarded over a student who might be enrolled? Like, I'm very confused as to how this is the best option for this position at the current moment. And that is why I'm in con, not because of political disagreements or anything like that.
Senator yields 5 seconds to the third round of con. Are there any other senators wishing to speak at this time? If not, we'll just move into the fourth round of pro. All right, seeing none, 2 minutes in the fourth round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak at this time? Point, Senator Barker.
I just wanted to see, can I still speak another time? Because I know technically, or point of information, sorry. Like, because I technically had the 2 seconds, but I didn't know.
Wait, you spoke in first, right?
Well, yeah,
First
but
round of-
yeah, I was like 2 seconds. So does that mean I can't speak again?
All right, yeah, 2 seconds, come on, nobody can speak in that amount of time. So yeah. Anybody in con, if there's 2 seconds and y'all use it, we'll do the same thing. All right. Senator Barker, you have 2 minutes in the first round or fourth round of pro.
Okay, so someone in the cons, I think that that's overgeneralizing and being a little biased towards the candidate. He has not done anything specifically that is biased towards minority groups or, and I also don't understand how one person in the Senate could make it so that one club would get more funding than another one when every committee has multiple people and there's voting on everything. So I don't think that was necessarily a fair point. I think just like, I don't want to say names, but I think that some of the senators, if you are looking at just the questions he was asked and how well prepared he was for this interview, he was forwarded for the right reasons, and his connections have nothing to do with why he was forwarded other than the fact that his qualifications let him be. So he is the best candidate for this job. And the fact that people keep bringing up whether he's enrolled or not, I don't think has any merit, and I think we've been over that a few times now. So I yield the rest.
Senator yields 57 seconds to the fourth round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll move into the fourth round of con with 2 minutes. Pro Tempore Hunter.
Yes, I understand this is my second time to speak, so I'm going to, again, try and keep it short. I just want everyone in Senate to know that if we confirm this candidate, you're asking me to look my constituents in the eyes, my Black and Brown constituents, my constituents in arts and sciences, and tell them that their grievances are hyper-conflated, that their grievances have no merit, and that their grievances with a previous situation are not valid on the Senate floor. So to each individual person who said that, just know that if this candidate is confirmed, I have to do that. Not you, not the candidate that we're hearing. And that's something really hard to do when that person elects you. So keep that in mind, and that's all for me.
Senator yields 1 minute and 15 seconds to the fourth round of con. Senator Lynch.
Hello, I'm also on the fence with this candidate. I was at the IA meeting where he was forwarded, and from his interview here, in terms of what he answered questions, I think he did really well in both meetings. But then again, as this is my first time in the Senate, Some things were brought up in this interview that I wasn't aware of. The Jack Denton case, I'm not fully educated on or informed on everything that happened with that matter, but problems against minorities, that isn't something I can back behind, and I would be safe for sound using my judgment to vote no when I'm not fully informed on a candidate rather than voting yes. So for that reason, I'm voting no. Give my time.
Senator yields 30 seconds to the fourth round of con. Are there any other senators wishing to speak at this time? Senator Bowling, and I believe this is your second time.
That's correct. I do believe that when former Chair Linsky was asking questions to the candidate did not answer some of these questions correctly. And regarding the Jack Denning statement, the candidate seemed to be bringing up $100,000 and placing importance of $100,000 over the importance of the well-being of the general student body. Regarding the general student body's basically wholesale disagreement, at least from my constituents, from what I've been hearing, wholesale disagreement with the Jack Denton case and his vote. Thank you.
All right, unfortunately, the fourth round of con has expired. We'll now move into the fifth round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak at this time? Senator Randall, this will now be your second time. Nope.
Oh, I had a question. Did I have, I guess, a point of information for the chair? To submit a motion to forward the candidate, that would have to happen in the round of con, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there is no intermediary round between con and pro, correct?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any other senators wishing to speak in pro? Seeing none, we'll move into the fifth round of con. 2 minutes. Senator Piper Ferguson, I believe this is your second time as well.
I want to state that it was said multiple times that this candidate answered questions really well. There were some questions answered really well, but there are also questions that were worked around. True answers were not responded with certain questions. And then everyone wants to keep overlooking some decisions made for one instance whenever this instance is a major thing. This is not some petty disagreement over whether or not to give a small amount of money to an organization. This was something against certain groups on this community, where some of you guys don't necessarily have the full identity or that kind of idea of what that struggle is like to go through that. So just like it's been stated before, looking at our constituents that have these identities and have made their grievances made and stated out loud, imagine having to go through that struggle once again, having someone that did not go against this sort of action in this one little instance is what you guys are saying, whenever this encompasses so many people's lives and their decisions and how they live. So I want you guys to have to think about that and step outside of your own bubble and put yourselves in the shoes of those at our campus who have gone through these struggles.
All right, there are 56 seconds in the fifth round of con. Senator Roy.
All right, thank you. I just want to speak as someone who was there for IA and of course here tonight. What it seems to boil down to a lot, at least for me, is this a candidate that we want to represent our student body? Because that is what this position is. It's not just for our executive branch. It's not just for administration, since they have their own lawyers. This is something that is for our student body. And this is a candidate that I frankly don't believe represents those values we'd want to see defended. So that's where I land, and I yield my time.
Senator yields 26 seconds to the fifth round of con. Senator Edward, this will be your second time, I believe.
Okay. So to begin with, I'm extremely disappointed. We need to stop overlooking Black lives and LGBTQ plus lives. For y'all to be speaking and saying that he spoke well is just extremely sad, and just, I don't even know. As a Black woman on campus, it's not easy at all, and people like candidate Adam Meek makes it even harder. So again, I'm voting no.
All right, Senator yields 2 seconds to the fifth round of con. Senator Murray.
I move to forward the candidate.
All right, is there a second? Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections to forwarding the candidate to vote? Senator Edward. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Seeing no objections, we'll now move into the candidate's closing. Candidate Adam Meek, you have 3 minutes and 7 seconds. If you could please raise your hand so I can unmute you, that would be wonderful. And just give me a second to get the timer ready. All right. You have 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. There were so many points brought up. I wish I had all the time in the world to address them. First and foremost, I never played favoritism. I never would have played favoritism. I never would have tried to play favoritism. I was never a member of PAC or RTAC. I only sat on the Finance Committee, and anytime any organization that I was a part of came before the Finance Committee to ask for money, I would always abstain because that's the proper thing to do. Second of all, I understand the concerns of people who realize that that one vote that I took was really felt hard by some people, and I understand that. And that's why I tried to meet with anyone directly after it happened. I tried to meet with anyone and everyone who would be willing to meet with me to explain to them that I understood them. I only had legal questions myself. I only wanted to make sure that we were doing the absolute right thing because I believe in upholding the law, no matter what that means. As Attorney General, I would serve everyone. I would serve anyone because that is my job. I would serve everyone in the student body. I would serve everyone in this legislative body, whether you would vote for me or not. I would serve everyone in the executive branch, whether they think I should have gotten it or not, because that's my job. As the Attorney General, I'm representing the students. I am their biggest voice in front of the court. And I want to use my years of experience in student government, my years crafting legislation, my years seeing legislation passed to benefit them as much as possible, to make sure that they're getting the biggest benefit, the biggest bang for their buck. And I want to make sure that while I'm in the position, I'm also improving the position so that we can relieve the stress from former office holders who have said it's very stressful. We can relieve the stress for future office holders. We can make it a position that's actually sought after, that's really sought after by folks at the law school and elsewhere. We can make it a position where folks at the law school want to get more involved, whether that be on the review committee for statutes, whether that be with the Senate, whether that be just in general. I also want to, one of the biggest goals that I focused on in IA was drafting a campus climate report. We have groups like Dear Florida State. We have groups like, we have groups addressing anti-Semitism at Florida State. And I understand all those concerns. And so one of the things I want to do as Attorney General is create a sort of Qualtrics so people can go on, whether anonymously or not, and they can submit complaints that they might have. They can submit experiences that they might have so that we can create one big document that we can give the administration to give them a better idea of what is going on. And I realize my time is almost up, so I hope that I'm able to win your support. And if so, I look forward to working with you.
All right, thank you, candidate Adamik. Your time has expired. We are now in line to vote. Pro tempore Hunter, will you please administer the vote? Once again, yes is to confirm this candidate, no is to not confirm, and abstain is to abstain. Pro tempore Hunter.
Give me 1 second. I haven't done this all night, have I? All right, so if you'll be voting yes to confirm candidate Adamik, please raise your hand. All right. Thank you. If you'll be voting no to not confirm candidate Adamik, please raise your hand. Thank you. You may lower your hand. If you'll be abstaining from the vote on candidate Adamik, please raise your hand. Thank you. Let me tally this, please. The vote breed is 11 yes, 20 no's, 0 abstentions. This candidate is not confirmed.
All right, the candidate for Attorney General is not confirmed. And we can move on. Are there any other confirmation or candidates for confirmation here tonight that have not been heard? Please raise your virtual hand before we move on. All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to the consent calendar. There is nothing in the consent calendar. We'll now move on to bills on first reading. We have none. Bills on second reading. Oh, Senator Roy.
I would like to move to place a bill on first reading.
All right. That will be labeled Bill 46. Not candidate Connor. Clerk Connor has a copy of that, I believe. Senator Roy.
Yes, it's Bill 47.
And I
Sorry,
think-
I changed my mind. It is
Okay.
also on the canvas.
Okay, all right, Bill 47, it will be labeled Bill 47, and it will be on first reading. And it's from the Central Reserves Committee, I believe. Yes, that's Central Reserves Bill. All right, bills on, oh, Senator Roy, you also have another motion, I believe, no?
Yes, I would like to make another motion to put the bill on second reading.
All right, is there a second for that motion? Senator Marcus? Oh, okay, y'all hands are going everywhere.
Given how hard Central Reserves work today and into the time frame of this meeting, so seconded.
Are there any objections to moving this to second reading? All right, and technically, the rules say that I have to read it in its entirety, so we'll do that as well. All right. It's in the canvas. Let me check real quick. It's 10:43 where I am, so it's not that late, but I understand it's late for y'all. All right. There we go. All right, Bill 47, sponsored by Senator Roy from the 73rd Student Senate. Co-sponsors Randall, Bowling, B. Murray, Piper Ferguson, Flashman, Nasworthy, Lewis, Tackett, and Nemeth. Be it enacted by the 73rd Student Senate that a transfer of $1.7 million is made from the ANS Central Reserves account to requesting organizations. The purpose of this transfer is to allocate Central Reserves funds. Please see attached Central Reserves breakdown and proviso. I'm not going to read all of the numbers. You can all see that on the canvas, but I will read the proviso. Bill and proviso language, special instructions. Number 1, general A. No ANS fees funded account may pay any stipend, wage, or salary increase to any positions not funded in Central Reserves 2021 without express written consent of the Student Senate. B, in the event of shortfalls or excesses, the Vice President of Student Affairs, the SG Advisor, the Senate President, and the Student Body President shall meet to review options. C, any funds not spent prior to May 31st, 2022 shall be returned to SGA. D, physical equipment purchased with these funds shall be properly marked as paid for by SG. Ooh, excuse me. E, no ANS are to fund events that involve fundraising for any individuals, organization, or department. Section 2, progress. A, progress shall not be able to spend any of the funds allocated by the Central Reserves Committee. B, progress shall not advertise that they were responsible for the funding of any organizations their allocated funds are transferred to. Section 3, torchlight. A, these funds are not to be perceived to influence their work in any way. Section 4, World Affairs Program A, this organization shall be funded $4,200 in lodging and $3,140 in travel expenses for the NCSC conference. B, this organization shall be funded $665 in registration for the C Money Conference, or CMMUNNY conference. C, this organization shall be funded $1,575 in lodging and $2,980 in travel expenses for the NCSC conference. Section 5, the union. A, $600,000 shall go towards furniture within the student union. B, $75,000 shall go towards funding the student offices and agency spaces. C, $778,538 shall go towards funding the AV expenses related to the ballrooms. Section 6, CHAW A, the $7,999 allocated in its OCO category or OCO category shall go towards a massage chair. Section 7, WVFS A, the money in the OCO category shall pay for a new transmitter and 2 new RIP stations. Section 8, the graduate school. A, the money allocated in the OCO category is to fund computers to facilitate their call center. And here ends the proviso of Bill 47. That bill will go to the end of second reading, where we will continue on to Bill 44 and eventually get to Bill 47. Senator Randall, you're scaring me here. All right.
No, sorry. If that's exactly what I was supposed to say, shouldn't we go to 44 then 47? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Bills on second reading. We have Bill 44 sponsored by Senator Barrett. Is the only primary sponsor, amending statute 1011.4 governing the Veteran Student Union VSU to reflect the official addition of a public relations and marketing officer executive board position. It was referred to Internal Affairs, then Judiciary. It passed Internal Affairs, passed Judiciary. Please welcome the sponsor to the floor to present Bill 44. If the sponsor is here. There we go. Yeah, he is here. All right. Awesome. You will have 5 minutes for your opening. You may begin whenever you're ready.
May I ask a question real quick before I start?
Yeah.
Is there any chance I would be able to share my screen? There's something that I want to point out.
Yeah. Let me just allow everyone to share the screen. Just nobody else share your screen, I guess. So go ahead.
Thank you. Gotta make sure I'm selecting the right one. All right. Good evening, everybody. So this bill is simply to reflect the official addition, which has already happened, of a 7th executive board position to the Veteran Student Union. Just a simple statute revision, changing the verbiage and outlining what the actual position will do and just adding it to the statutes. So that way the statutes are accurate and reflect what is actually happening with the Veteran Student Union. With that being said, in Judiciary, Chair Linsky pointed out something that was kind of interesting that's also in the statutes governing the Veteran Student Union, which is what you guys should be seeing right now. 1011.11, Section C gives the power of veto to the director of the Veteran Student Union. I have spoken with the director, Sarah Johnson, and we would like to remove this portion of it so that the director would no longer be able to veto amendments that change the statutes related to the Veteran Student Union. However, we did kind of decide that we would like to keep the portion that allows 2/3 vote by the e-board of the Veteran Student Union. I'm not sure how to amend on the floor, but Chair Linsky said that that would be an option tonight. And I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you.
All right, Senator yields 3 minutes and 26 seconds to his closing. So amendments can be made in pro and con. Anybody can make a motion to amend. They just have to share their amendment with the Senate. And then we do like seconds, objections, all that stuff. All right, are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time for the senator or the sponsor? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of pro with 2 minutes. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, point of parliamentary and grace, President Harmon. I believe a bill was passed to change like all these vetoing powers from all the agencies, because this has been a topic for a while. And I know I was going to do it, but the bill was passed. So do you know if like it was actually passed? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. It was either in the beginning of the 72nd or the end of the 71st, but I know it happened. It's because we believed it was unconstitutional at the time, because the Senate is the only one with the power to amend statutes as granted by the Constitution. So yes, it has already been changed. It's just statutes is severely outdated. Don't worry, we're working on that. Dr. Williams has someone helping us out with that. So yes, it has been removed, so no worries about that. Although I don't know about the 2/3 for sure. I'm not going to give you like a straight answer on that. but I know the veto was taken out. Anyways, we're in pro. I forgot about that. Senator Kowalski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for clearing that up because that was a big topic of conversation in the Judiciary Committee. But thank you to Senator Barrett for bringing that bill to our attention and having that productive conversation with us. We weren't aware that the statutes were outdated. We were under the assumption, we assumed that what was in the statutes was what was current. And Senator Barrett was very helpful, very cooperative in helping us figure that out and going through that with us. I think this is a good piece of legislation. I want to congratulate Senator Barrett on it, on writing this and thinking this up. I'm going to vote yes on this. I think this is a good addition to the VSU, and I support this bill. And I yield my time.
Senator yields 1 minute and 24 seconds to the first round of pro. Anybody wishing to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con. Senator Linsky.
I was hoping to speak in pro. I'm in full support of the bill. I'm glad that the veto issue has been taken care of, but it also does sound like the instatement section and the entire amendment section of the statutes are out of compliance. So just to be safe, I move to amend to strike 1011.11 amendments from the bill.
All right, is there a second to that amendment? Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections to that amendment? Sponsor Barrett, do you agree with this amendment? Or do you, yeah, that's the wording.
I was hoping to make a point of information real quick, if that's all right.
You got to give an answer here, but yeah, we're just in that point. You can say no, it's okay. You can also say yes, it doesn't matter, it's up to you.
I just texted Sarah, yeah.
Okay, all right, the sponsor finds it friendly. There is no objection, so the amendment is adopted. Better safe than sorry. Thank you, Senator Linsky. We have 1 minute and 7 seconds in the first round of pro. We've gone back, I guess. Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, point of information, President Harmon. I passed a very similar bill to this that actually added the PR officer to VSU. But since statutes haven't been updated, it's not in the current mode of statutes, but I passed basically the same exact bill.
Okay, if you could find that copy to confirm, that would be helpful. But it wouldn't hurt to also pass this as well. I mean, up to y'all. But yes, if you could find that copy just to confirm, because I have no way of, confirming that at all.
All right, got you.
Unfortunately, that's just how it is right now. All right, are there any other senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro? Seeing none, we'll now move into the first round of con. Any senators wishing to speak at this time? All right, is there a motion? Senator Roy.
I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Senator Kowalski.
I second that motion.
Are there any objections? Senator Randall.
I object.
Could you explain your objection? Just
Yep, I object because I would like to recess for 2 minutes to allow Chair Gonzalez to find the bill. I don't want to pass duplicative legislation.
All right, Senator Roy, do you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my motion.
All right, Senator Randall.
I think Senator Gonzalez, Chair Gonzalez has something.
Wait, what's the question to me?
Have you found it yet, I guess? That
Oh,
was the
no, I'm
question.
looking for it right now. I found my copy of it, but I'm trying to find the actual bill number.
Okay. All right. Senator Marcus, point.
Point of information for Chair Gonzalez. Can you give it like which Senate was it in which time frame? Because I can help look.
Yeah. So
It
it
was
was
the
70, yeah, it was the 72nd student Senate.
72nd?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think there's anybody left from the 71st. Is there anybody here? Oh my God, I'm alone. Oh. All right. I can just wait here. We don't have to go into recess. Let's just waste more time. All right, I believe I found your answer. So let me share my screen real quick. Here you go. So here's the list of all the bills that are passed in the 72nd. The only bill regarding Chapter 1011 deals with the affiliation with the Student Veterans of America, and it was withdrawn. So nothing has changed from what I can tell in this, unless y'all can find something else in this. But there's nothing else. Oh, actually this one, which was also withdrawn. So that, I think, answers our question there. So we can move forward. We're still in the second round of con. First round of con with 2 minutes. Are there any senators wishing to speak at the time or make a motion? Senator Randall.
I have a point of information for the chair. Do you know if that list is up to date? I'm not sure if that list is correct.
Yes, that's the 72nd. That's all 83 bills that we have passed. That's the record that Natalia keeps.
Okay.
Yeah, it's you can find them for every Senate. Well, I think up to the 70th, and then you got to ask Ben Young for the rest. But yes, that's all of the bills that are passed. She keeps track of that. So yeah, we are still in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? If there are none, I will entertain a motion to call the question. Point, Senator Marcus.
Point of information to the chair. Is there anything negative that comes from passing a bill twice?
No.
Okay, I move to call the question.
Unless they're conflicting, but then we would just accept the decision of the first one, and then we'd have to rethink about the first one or the second one. But if her bill, as the senator has spoken, is literally adding this position, it doesn't hurt to add the position a second time because it's not conflicting with anything.
Okay, I still move to call the question.
1 second, we got a point.
Oh.
Point of clarification, that list is not up to date. Bill 130, for example, Bill 113, which I passed, which is the transfer for the victim advocate, is not listed in that. And I believe at a certain point, Ben Young stopped updating that list. So.
All right, then we wait for Senator Gonzalez. Unless you all want to move forward, there's nothing stopping any of you. Point, Senator Randall.
This is a point of information for the sponsor. Would the sponsor of the bill be interested in tabling it or not at this time?
I'd personally rather not. However, if it's going to be an issue, it's 1 a.m. So if it's going to be a big issue where you guys don't want to pass the duplicative legislation, even though it would cause no harm, then by all means we can table it.
No, I don't. I'm gonna just recommend to you, Senator Barrett, don't table it. I think you should just go forward with it. That's just in my opinion. Feel free to do what you want with that. But we are still in the second round of con, and I'm still waiting for a motion. Senator Marcus. Sorry.
I move to call the question. I don't see any negative consequences.
Thank you. Is there a second? Senator Linsky.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Gonzalez, I believe that's just because you still have it up. Yep, there we go. All right. Seeing none, Senator Barrett, you have 3 minutes and 26 seconds for your closing. You may begin whenever you're ready. Let me unmute you.
Thank you all for seeing this bill tonight. It's my first piece of legislation I've ever wrote, so kind of feels good. Proud of it, even if it's a small statute revision. Yeah, let's get this wrapped up and go to bed.
All right, thank you, Senator Barrett. Sponsor yields remainder or waives remainder of his time. We're now in line to vote. Yes to pass the bill, no's to not pass the bill. Pro Tempore Hunter.
Yes, if you'll be voting yes to pass Bill 44, raise your hand. Thank you. If you'll be voting no to not pass Bill 44, raise your hand. If you'll be abstaining from the vote on Bill 44, raise your hand. All right, thank you. With a 25 to 0 vote, this bill passes.
Congratulations, Senator Barrett, on your first bill passed. All right. We'll now move on to Bill 45, sponsored by Senator Linsky, to reduce the statutory burdens surrounding the office of the SGA General Counsel to increase the probability of compliance. Referred to Judiciary, amended and passed in Judiciary. Please welcome the sponsor of the floor to present his amendment, or not amendment, sorry. Bill, you have 5 minutes for your opening. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, little overview. We're supposed to have a general counsel and a university defender. They're listed as major offices in our student body statutes. They've been vacant for some time. Currently, we're supposed to have 2 general counsels, as well as a university defender and a lead deputy defender. And, the bigger question is, why aren't these offices filled? Why have they been vacant for so long? Are these offices really necessary? Can we stay in compliance with it? Before tackling, the bigger question of getting rid of these offices altogether, wanted to see if it's possible to reduce the burdens on these offices. So this bill essentially just reduces the minimum amount of required SGA general counsels from 2 to 1, cleans up a little bit of language around them, calls them the SGA general counsels instead of just the general counsels, because that's confusing. We have, general counsel, an office that's employed by, the University of real attorneys. And so I wanted to get the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court's opinion on all this stuff and invited her to, a Judiciary Committee meeting. She couldn't make it, unfortunately, but spoke with her for a while on the phone the next day. And it was pretty much what we suspected, that they can't find any applicants, which it's hard to get law students involved. They tend to be busy, so on and so forth. I'll save the rest for my closing, but I yield. Any questions that you have, please throw them my way.
Senator yields 3 minutes and 20 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Senator Randall.
Sure. I think I've got the $1 million question here, which is, why did you decide to tackle this in this way? Meaning, why did you decide to keep the general counsels instead of creating some sort of
That is not a
office?
non-debatable question. That's like, he could just go on and on.
Oh, okay. I
Yes,
guess I
no,
should wait for point of information then.
Yeah, just.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time? Seeing none, we're now in the first round of pro with 2 minutes. Senator Randall, you may continue your question.
Yeah, sorry, I screwed up. It's late. I forgot. This is a point of information. Why did you decide to do it in the way you did, given that it's been hard to fill this position and similar positions?
Because there's nothing to replace it with right now. Obviously, people are trying cases in front of the Supreme Court. They're not stopping all of their business. So we've got to find out what's working for them. My thought was that really what's going on is they're getting a list of people that they can say, all right, these are the people that we'll try to throw cases to. They don't want to commit. They don't want to apply to the full-time office. We're not going to make them do it, because if we do, and then they have to drop out, then we have to go through this appointment process all over again. So a little tisk tisk for like circumventing the rules. But the truth is, when push comes to shove on this, what would you rather have? Nobody trying cases or being able to, actually administer justice. So I kind of side on the idea that, yeah, they should be given a little bit of leeway to decide how the court administers justice and who represents them. But it's also a bad thing for us just to wipe out this entire statutory scheme from the outset without trying at least to see if we can comply. So the reason that it's going to just from 2 to 1 instead of getting rid of the offices altogether is someone's still trying these cases. 1, 2, they know who the people who are trying these cases are, so they should be encouraging them to apply for this position. 3, I'm going to message the Secretary of Appointments and say, hey, could you please try to make this a priority? Because 4, if this does not work and we're not able to get anyone, that is the most persuasive argument possible for removing these offices entirely. So the short answer to your question is, it's a big move to remove the entire statutory schema of the Office of General Counsel and the University Defender. But if we're going to do it, the best argument for doing it is we tried really, really hard to make this work. We tried to the best of our abilities, but it was just not feasible and things need to change.
All right, we are still in the first round of pro. Point, Randall.
Yeah, I have a follow-up point to that. So I guess my real question as part of that, as follow-up to that is that why you decided not to mimic the current system they have now, to try and give the system we got a chance?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of pro with 2 minutes? Senator Marcus.
It takes guts to tackle something like this. And I want to point out that when Senator Linsky, oh, I'm not supposed to do that. When the sponsor, when this particular sponsor puts something forward, it is usually of substance. It is not of fluff. It has been thought out thoroughly. I trust the sponsor. I trust that this is a good bill, and I am in pro as a result.
Senator Yields, 1 minute and 33 seconds. Senator Bowling.
Thank you so much. I have ultimate confidence in this sponsor. I serve in a committee with this sponsor, the Judiciary Committee. We went over this exhaustively. We checked it up and down, and I can say that I really do support this sponsor and the bill that he's trying to pass. With that, I yield.
Senator Yields, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Senator Randall.
I'll be real quick with this. I think I may agree. I may not necessarily agree with the way in which they phrase certain things or the approach, but a step in the right direction is a step in the right direction. And Chair Linsky has done a great job of putting this forward and putting us on the right track. That's all I got to say.
51 seconds. Senator Kowalski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a great bill. I was involved in the committee process with this, with some of the other senators who've spoken before me, and we had good debate on this. We talked about it very thoroughly, and I want to thank Chair Linsky for bringing this to our attention, even because this was an issue that I know personally I was not aware of. And then his action beyond that, and going to speak to the Chief Justice about this and try and get a holistic approach and a holistic, reason how we can solve this and make it work for all different branches. So, like Senator Rand, like a previous senator said, it may not be the end all solution, but it is a step in the right direction, and I'm going to vote yes on this. I think it's a good piece of legislation. Thank you. I yield my time.
Senator Yields, 11 seconds in the first round of pro. Are there any senators wishing to speak at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll now move into the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in the first round of con? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Roy.
I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Senator Marcus.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in line for the senator's closing. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Senator Linsky.
Thank you all for the kind words. I will admit I do not think that this is the answer to the problem of why are these offices vacant. I appreciate your willingness to find out if it can be salvaged. One thing I think that's still open. No, you can't make any amendments at this point. But another thing I wanted to point out was for some reason in the university defender's position, you have to be a second-year law student who's past professional responsibility, and that's not the case with the general counsel. I'd be open to amending that or any other bill after we see if this works or not to add that in there, but also to really put it out there that it is hard to get law students to get engaged in this, which is why you didn't have any law students applying to be the attorney general. It's why I didn't really personally put much stock in anyone's ideas that they were going to create a committee of law students to assist on this sort of thing, because they tend to flock towards the law review, the journals, moot court, and the most important thing that is getting a job. So while we want to balance the ability to have security and know that someone who's going in front of the court is going to be represented by a law student who's knowledgeable, there's also another side to this where even in the current status quo, where they have a spreadsheet of potential law students to help, there's I guess the word is a trade-off there, is you're not really getting somebody who's fully committed to the position, which is why I'm really hoping that this system can work, that we can fill the general counsel position, that we can fill the university defender's position. And I hope to have the support of Senate in the journey to do so.
Senator waives the remainder of his time. We are now in the line to vote. Yes to pass bill. No to not pass bill. Pro Tem Hunter.
Yes, if you'll be voting yes to pass this bill, please raise your hand at this time. Again, this is yes to pass this bill. If you're on the call, please vote. We're needing everyone to vote. Thank you. Awesome. If you'll be voting no to not pass this bill, raise your hand at this time. If you'll be abstaining from the vote, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. With a vote read of 29 yes, 0 no's, and 0 abstentions, this vote does pass, or bill does pass, excuse me.
All right. Congratulations, Senator Linsky. Bill 45 does pass. We will now move on to Bill 47, which is the Central Reserves Bill sponsored by Senator Roy and the Central Reserves Committee. Please welcome the sponsor of the bill to the floor. You have 5 minutes for your opening.
All right, thank you. So without further ado, we'll get to the thing that we will all remember tonight for, which is Central Reserves. So over the last week, there's been a lot of deliberations, a lot of emails, and a lot of work to make sure that we could let $1.7 million of A&S fees get to student organizations and entities that need it. We've been hearing things from actual places like the Union, which requested $1.7 million right off the bat. We've been hearing from smaller organizations, all of the sort, from the, all of the sort, from hearing from Black future female attorneys to actually hearing from VFSS or WVFS. And what we intended to do was make sure that this could serve as many students as possible and that this can facilitate the best experience possible for students. And as such, we allocated, as you can see, all the 1.7 million across almost every category except for salary, since nothing really applied. You can see the entire bill right now through the actual Canvas page if you'd like to look through, see everything. I have the utmost faith and the utmost respect for my committee and all the hearings that they went to. And with that, I will leave it to you guys. If you have any questions, you can certainly reach out. The one concern I do have that either will need to be amended or it can just be changed as a typo is proviso language C for the World Affairs program, which is, I believe, on page 4. It says that like C is going to NCSIC, but it is actually going to a different conference, which would be, let me pull it up. It would be UNC MUNC. So that's the one thing that I would have to entertain either a motion to change or for it to be a typo. But other than that, it looks great and I hope to see it passed. Thank you for your time.
All right, Senator yields 2 minutes and 59 seconds to his closing. We are now in line for technical non-debatable questions, but before we do that, there's a special way to do amendments for this. So I just got to look that up real quick before you do anything. I mean, I believe this is just a typo thing, but if y'all want to amend it, I'd like to make sure we do it right. If Parliamentarian Rowan can find it faster than I can, then that would be great too. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe this is, I'm thinking of the wrong thing, I think. Yeah, I think I'm thinking the wrong thing. All right. We are in now technical non-debatable questions. Senator Marcus. All right, seeing none, we'll now move into the first round of pro. Senator Randall.
I move to fix my mistake. I'm the one that wrote that line. I think it's point C of the WAP provision. I can list it specifically if you want me to pull up the bill. But it needs to say UNC MUNC instead of NICSIC. They call it UNCMUNC. It's just as weird, trust me. So proviso language IV point C at the end of the line, change it to UNCMUNC.
All right, is there a second? Senator Bowling.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator Roy, you find it friendly as you asked for it. All right. Seeing as though the sponsor finds it friendly and there's no objection, we'll now move into the first round of pro. Senator Marcus.
Point of information to the sponsor. How many hours did you spend on this today?
So to do that would be spending even more time on this process, just thinking about that. But we have been having meetings since 1:30 today. It did not end until Senate was already started. Like, we were working into Senate as a committee, and we're still working now. So while everyone has been here since 7:30, some members of Central Reserves have been here since 1:30, just on Zoom calls.
Okay, so I'm going to spend my time in pro and say that it would be a slap in the face to our fellow colleagues who have worked for now 12 hours on this for us not to pass this. I trust their due diligence in this process. I know many of the people that worked on this, and they are hard workers, and I think this is an appropriate and adequate and fair use of these funds. And with that, I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 37 seconds. Senator Piper Ferguson.
Yes, I just want to make sure that it's conveyed to you all that this money, the way that we've pushed to allocate it, has gone towards almost every single community on campus. We've made sure that it was accessible. We've listened to everyone, given it to those that we thought was the best idea from all the way from the globe, and giving them some money for like a new food line to make sure that international students can feel more comfortable on campus, all the way down to that union to make sure that money was going towards furniture and different things for that, to make it more comfortable for all students on campus. We made sure that everyone who came and had a reasonable request, we gave it to them, and we listened to very many presentations, and many of us worked a lot of time on this. So,
Senator yields 57 seconds. Senator Bowling.
I just want to use my time. I was personally on Central Reserves with a lot of great people, and I just want to use my time to thank all of them. Jason and Tyler, I can see you guys now. We did it. This was the longest Zoom record. I think we might have gotten a world record, who knows? But I just want to say I really appreciate everyone, Gabe as well, that I can see currently. I'm forgetting names because I'm exhausted, but I appreciate all of you and thank you so much. And I hope we can be in a committee sometime soon.
29 seconds to the first round of pro. Senator Randall, point.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to speak. I'm too tired to do it right. I'm sorry, Alex.
All right, 29 seconds.
A special shout out also has to go to Nate Tackett for putting a hell of a lot more hours into this than probably myself. Some special things that I want to point out that we did, things for biomedical engineering with FSU iGEM, things for the Pride Closet, Closet graduate students, law student, medical student social, things related to Europe and the undergraduate research symposium, law school council funding a bunch of really great speakers for them, a bunch of incredible organizations here working through promotional items and things like that.
The time has expired in the first round of pro. Sorry, Senator Randall. We are now in the first round of con. Are there any senators wishing to speak in con of Bill 47? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Marcus.
I move to call the question pending if Randall wanted to
Is there a
talk.
second? Senator Bowling.
Seconded.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we'll now go into Senator Roy's closing, which is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Senator Roy, you may begin whenever you're ready. Yeah, wherever you are. There we go.
All right, thank you. And thank you to everyone who got through the entire night to get where we are right now. My only regret is that I did not get to keep the promises to all the organizations that I said I would keep them updated Wednesday, the 21st, the night of, whether they've been funded. I guess it'll be the morning of the 22nd. But either which way, this will be making a lot of organizations very happy, a lot of students much more involved, and I'm so excited to see how this gets put to use. So if you have any other questions or any other funding board things, you can always reach out to me or anyone on the committee, and I hope you all have a great night. So thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Senator waives the remainder of his time. We are now in line to vote. I was gonna do a roll call vote for this, but I don't want to waste any more time. I don't think any of you want to waste time, so we'll just do a yes, no vote as usual. So Pro Tempore Hunter.
Yes, if you'll be voting yes to pass the Central Reserves Bill, please raise your hand at this time. All right, thank you. If you will be okay, if you'll be voting no, please raise your hand at this time. If you'll be abstaining, please raise your hand at this time. Thank you. So we know that this Central Reserves Bill does pass, and it passes with a 30 yes, 0 no's, and 0 abstentions. Congratulations, Central Reserves.
Congratulations to the Central Reserves Committee on passing Bill 47 tonight. All right, we will now move on to constitutional amendments. Amendment 10, sponsored by Senators Linsky and Randall as primary sponsors, correcting registration classifications to be in accordance with the current policy and increasing the allocation of graduate student activities and service fees to 50% of their annual yield. This will go to budget, then judiciary. All right, we'll move on to resolutions. Resolution 18, sponsored by Senator Gonzalez, remains tabled in SLAW. Resolution 43, sponsored by Senator Roy and Marcus as the co-sponsor, condemning Florida House Bill 233, which bars conversation of critical race theory in Florida's public schools. Referred to SLAW, then rules and calendar. It remains tabled in SLAW. Point, Senator Marcus.
Is there a way we can update that description? Because that's like not entirely right.
You can talk to the clerk later. We'll fix it. All right. Just now is probably not the time. All right. Resolution 44, sponsored by Senator Edward as primary sponsor, Bowling, Harmon, and Kowalski as co-sponsors, approving allocations and expenditures as the decision of the College Leadership Council Funding Committee. Senator Bowling.
I move to move a resolution to first reading. Can I do that? here?
So we discussed this. So resolution 44 has to go to the budget committee. So we have to go into budget as a whole. Resolutions are already on, like, they don't go to first and second reading. Those are just bills. I unfortunately can't have resolution 44 be moved to the floor. So we have to go into budget as a whole because statutes requires it. I hope you all got that. Sorry, I was talking fast. But this resolution is very special because it's dealing with the College Leadership Council Funding Committee, which requires it to go into budget as a whole. Any questions on that?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm
All right,
just
Senator
a little-
Bowling.
I'm just a little confused.
I believe, if I can clarify, I don't believe that Senator Bowling is wanting to move that specific resolution on the floor. I think it's a different one.
Okay, I'm sorry. Then
No,
I
you're good. I
misread.
just wanted
All
to
right.
clarify.
Yeah, it was a different resolution that we were actually writing during this committee regarding the time-sensitive nature of HLSU not having an executive board, and we figured out a solution to that that could be in resolution form, and that's what I was wanting to bring to the floor.
Do you mind if we wait till just the end of resolutions?
No,
That's when we
perfectly
usually.
fine. Yeah, that's no problem.
All right. Sorry, totally thought you were talking about resolution 44. All right, resolution 44. Is there a motion to enter budget as a whole? Senator Edward.
Can I motion being the primary sponsor for the resolution? Okay, I motion to enter budget as a whole.
Is there a second? Senator Kowalski.
Second.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we will enter into budget as a whole. I think to save Ashley, Senator Gonzalez's time, I'll just stay as chair and we can just continue from there. Resolution 44 is sponsored by Senator Edward and Bowling, Harmon, and Kowalski. Please welcome the sponsor to the floor. You will have 5 minutes for your opening. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, so seeing that we have other resolutions to cover, I'm going to keep things short and sweet. The resolution was written to get the Student Senate to approve the allocation and expenditures for the colleges listed on the resolution to make sure that the organizations that the colleges listed get the funds that were recommended by the CLC committee. So please.
Senator yields 4 minutes and 36 seconds to her closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions at this time for the sponsor? All right, seeing none, we'll now move into the first round of pro with 2 minutes. Are there any senators wishing to speak at this time? Right, seeing none, we'll move into the first round of con with 2 minutes. Are there any senators wishing to speak at this time? All right, seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Lassard.
I actually moved to call a question.
All right, thank you. That was the motion I was looking for. All right, Senator, is there a second? Senator Kowalski.
Second.
Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we'll now move into the closing of the senator, which I forgot to write down, so we're just going to say 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Senator Edward.
So Senator Kowalski is actually going to be doing the closing.
All right, Senator Kowalski. Wherever your hand is. There we go.
Sorry, I was having trouble getting unmuted there. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the senators who helped out on this bill. Really, the credit goes to Senate President Harmon for helping us put this together. I think this is a good resolution. I don't think any of us are in disagreement on this, so I'm not going to keep you guys any longer. But these are important organizations that we need to fund. So thank you guys for hearing this out, and hope you all vote yes. Thank you. I yield my time.
Senator waives the remainder of his time. We are now in line to vote. Yes is to pass this resolution. No is to not pass it. Abstain. This must pass by a 2/3 vote of the Budget Committee, which is us. Pro Tempore Hunter.
Yes, if you'll be voting yes on this resolution at this time, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. If you will be voting no on this resolution at this time, please raise your hand. Thank you. If you'll be abstaining at this time, please raise your hand. Thank you. The vote read on this resolution is 29 yes, 0 no's, and 0 abstentions.
All right, congratulations to the sponsors. Colleges can get funded. Awesome. Oh, sorry. No, just kidding. We are in budget as a whole. Is there a motion to exit budget as a whole? Senator Gonzalez.
So moved.
Is there a second? Senator Lassard.
So seconded.
Are there any objections? Senator, oh, okay. All right, seeing none, we have now exited budget as a whole, and we are now on the floor with resolution 44 passed by budget. Senator Gonzalez.
I move to accept the decision of the budget as the decision of the whole.
All right, is there a second? Senator Randall.
So second, Mr. President.
All right, are there any objections? Seeing none, resolution 44 does pass. Congratulations to the sponsors. Now the College Leadership Councils get to be funded. Awesome. Resolution 45, sponsored by Senator Kowalski as a primary sponsor and Hawkshrive and T. Murray as co-sponsors, addressing the dire situation in Haiti and supporting the Haitian community. This will go to SLAW. Next, we have resolution 46, sponsored by Senator Kowalski as the primary sponsor, Hawkshrive and T. Murray as co-sponsors, expressing support for the people of Cuba and the Cuban community at FSU. This will also go to SLAW. Resolution 47, sponsored by Senator Edward and Lewis as primary sponsors, expressing solidarity with Haitian students and calling upon President McCullough to release a formal statement addressing the Haitian community at FSU. This will go to SLAW. Senator Bowling. Oh, you're still.
To bring a resolution to first reading.
All right, please make sure the resolution is shared with both me and Pro Tempore Hunter and the clerk, and at least Dr. Williams.
1 second. I think I can just send it to you and